Yo guys, and welcome back to another AC Unity stream. Today we continue with our full sync, all missions and all kind of like story relevance stuff, I guess, inside the game playthrough. And yeah, we're gonna do a longer session today, which means you also have some time to watch and look at the behind the scenes stuff that we still have to give a look. And yeah, continue with the IGN series of the making of and behind the scenes of Unity inside the Montreal headquarters. So we're gonna have a look at that and yeah, learn more about kind of like the vision behind the game. How they try to realize this kind of like old school Assassin's Creed, you know, gameplay on a next gen, you know, technology. So yeah. Quite excited to have a look at that. It's gonna be like 3 videos total, the last 2 remaining parts of the IGN series. And then another making of video of Video Game Archive showing additional background information. And hey there, Sean. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I would say let's... Oh, I just realized my OBS was like super low in volume. That's kind of weird. It like automatically set itself back. Sorry about that, if I was like a bit quiet. But yeah, I would say let's have a look at this behind the scenes video. I'm gonna be in chat and right there. So yeah, let's have a look.
Napoleon, you certainly don't look like a blood-crazed revolutionary. The hood is a bit sinister, though, if you don't mind my saying.
It's no secret that we have a list of the most interesting pivotal moments in history, and you know, if we could, we'd do them all. But one thing's for sure, at least in my book, is that AC is about being an assassin. It's about the fantasy of being there and stalking your prey and being smarter than your enemies.
Early on in the project, we decided to make a game that was about a character and not about the French Revolution. And then the story really becomes a story about the dangers of believing blindly in one cause, be it one or the other, right? And you get a real good exposition of both the Assassins and the Templars and how both of these factions at one point could have prevented a lot of the bad things that happened in the French Revolution if they had just joined together. But because of these ideals, this fanaticism, it actually keeps them spread apart, and it actually doesn't help the people. Our new assassin his motivation is one of redemption, first of all. Because of a tragic event in his life, Arnaud is essentially raised by a Templar, Templar Grand Master. And he actually befriends the Templar's daughter, Elise. They grow up together. That man, François de la Serre, gets murdered. And essentially, Arnaud feels responsible for the murder of de la Serre. Arnaud decides to embark on a quest to stop whoever murdered de la Serre.
Yes, we're coming back to the Assassin versus Templar storyline. It's there, it's in the background, but we're reintroducing it. We've purposely, you know, prevented ourselves from delivering too much or overexposing too much of that storyline. And we want to bring back a little bit of the mystery of it.
The years our game pretty much covers is 1789 through 1795 about, which is when the main French Revolution happens. I mean, there were things leading up, but the fall of the Bastille is generally considered like, okay, that's the seminal moment where the people are really asserting themselves. Our game starts a little bit before that because there were some important things that happened before that, but that kind of really starts all the action going.
The country was ruled by the monarchy. The monarchy, they knew how to spend money, they didn't know how to make money, so the country was essentially broke. People were dying of hunger. People were sick, Paris was in squalor, and people at one point decided to overthrow this corrupt monarchy. A tipping point was reached where people essentially took up arms and eradicated the monarchy. They killed people, they were beheading people, not only monarchs, not only the monarchy, but even themselves. They lost control.
In the French Revolution, it's like, well, whose side do you want to be on? There's kind of the crazy people who want to chop everybody's heads off, and then there's the slightly less crazy people who want to chop most people's heads off. The story we've come up with is the Assassins and the Templars themselves are going through kind of evolutions, and they themselves are trying to figure out the direction where they want their organizations to go. And there's a disagreement within both of those camps. And that's playing out in the middle of this maelstrom of a revolution where they've got to lend their support here or there as they think is going to advance their own interests. On top of that, you have Arnaud and his personal story. He is also going through a character development and having to work that in with the backdrop of all these giant events swirling about him.
Turns out that there was sort of internal strife, civil war within the Templars, and whoever took control of the Templars has decided to do so by killing the Grand Master and shifting gears and turning the Templars in a new direction that might be dangerous for the world. So this is the sort of quest Arnaud embarks on, and as he's sort of investigating this and discovering who was implicated, he starts finding different targets, different Templar targets, going up and up in the chain until he discovers who this murky sort of new Grand Master is.
To your health, gentlemen. You boy, stop!
So having this rich, dense urban setting is the perfect environment to play out that fantasy. And also because we took a break from it, I think it's kind of cool to reintroduce it using the modern technologies and next-gen graphical power, and also being able to have even more crowds, more people, more interactions with the characters. I think people are going to be happily surprised to be going back to that kind of fantasy.
First, we did a lot of research on the paintings of the era, because it depicts in a good way, in a very descriptive way and personal way what the era was about, what's the fashion of the era, the architectural style, what's the type of characters that lived during this period. Then after that we went deeply into the written descriptions, whether it's through historical writings or some stories that will be written for the era, historical stories.
With the city of Paris, we had a great opportunity because as we researched it, there's just so many personalities and events, and just there's no way we could get all of that in the main story, but this way, every single little open world activity you do has some hook into actual historical events.
You have a lot of different factions. You have sort of royalists at the beginning, revolutionaries, then you have moderates, extremists, and to us that gave us the idea, what if you could actually manipulate those factions? What if you could actually use those different factions as gameplay elements? And we've actually integrated a lot of those systems directly into the game. So essentially, there's stuff you can do in the city that helps change, and district by district, it helps change the actual fabric of the city, the actual, not the layout, but the sort of the NPC ecosystems in these different areas. And that literally changes the way you can play the missions that are set in that district.
One thing we've done is we've divided the city into kind of themes. So different neighborhoods will have different thematic resonances to the sorts of missions that you can choose to go on.
To create variety into the city, we relied a lot on stylization and exaggeration. So we read about the different districts of the real Paris and tried to gather as much info about what could be unique about this district. And we took this theme or flavor and exaggerated a little bit.
What's interesting about Paris is a vast, flat terrain, and it's broken by huge, massive monuments. So we have these majestic locations and landmarks all over the place. So you have the tall and the shorter buildings. You have a lot of interesting shapes. but also there's a lot of duality even within the social structure, and that's something that fascinates me about this time period, is if you were ultra rich or if you were really poor, there was more of a visual distinction between that.
And each of these different districts is sort of a little city on its own, right? It has, not only does it have its own architectural style, it has its own thematics, its own characters, its own types of missions, its own flavor, its own sound, everything. Even down to the types of songs that are sung in taverns. It's unique to the district. And then we actually added voice. Our NPCs just mimed, they didn't talk. Now they're actually, some of them are actually going to get to talk about their conversations, and, which is really cool because when you're, for example, you're doing a mission with stuff, you can actually overhear guys. The stuff that they're going to be talking about is stuff that's related to the mission, or maybe they're just their daily lives. It really gives a lot of realism to the game, right? It just feels more realistic. It feels more like a real city and not a big simulation. Unity, for the first time, we have full-scale buildings. So Notre Dame, the cathedral, it's actually real size. It's huge. It really changes everything.
To create Notre Dame, it's taken me in totally 14 months. I take 10 months for the outside, 4 months for the inside. It was to create more than 369 unique modules to create the entire Notre Dame. That's the time I take for this. Yeah. It includes all the research, the composition, and debugging to adapt the matrix for the behavior and stuff like this.
What was overwhelming for me was seeing statues and all the craftsmanship that went into building this architecture. So for us building this, it's a very exciting thing to work on, because as artists, we're all about details, we're all about, playing with scale, and it's the perfect vernacular to work within. And for us, it sets our own challenges as artists to really express this and make it as immersive and as possible for anyone.
It's a living city with all kinds of, people that were secondary in the revolution, but they're still very, very interesting. So little tidbits of like, oh, this is how that worked, this is who that was.
It's cool when it's murky events, because you can, we have our own interpretation, but if the events are too well documented, then essentially it's a, it's a checklist, right? Oh, then, you have to do this, you can't do that, because historically that's not what happened. So we decided to just keep it in as a backdrop. But throughout that narrative, Arnaud also learns a lot of different lessons, right?
Our tagline is "History is our playground." One of our core values is having fun with history, being as true as possible to it, and have it be an inspiration for us and for people ultimately.
A lot of times reality is a little underwhelming, but if you help it a little, and this is the magic of of video games, right? You can actually give it a little bit of a twist to make it feel more, if there is a message, you can make that message feel more real by twisting it and giving it a little bit of an artistic flourish.
It's a way for us to play with very interesting and pivotal moments in human history, and fusing that with the core fantasy of being an assassin and the Assassin Brotherhood. That's what AC is all about. It's playing with history.
Stealth was always one of our core pillars. You have navigation, you have fight, and you have social stealth, right? What we've done now is we've really tried to revamp the stealth pillar to make it, first of all, more immersive, second of all, give you more control, and make it more accessible.
You have a target, you have an objective in the game, and around that we are building opportunities. And all the opportunities are tailored for each play style you can have. So of course, if you are specialized in combat and you want to go in stealth, you can try. If you are good, you can pass, but it will be more difficult.
How can we take the core values of Assassin's Creed, now that we have all this power, what can we improve beyond just adding more of everything? Sometimes it's just keeping what we had before because it worked well and just improving it a little bit. Sometimes it's scratching everything and redoing it from scratch. And on AC, we've done both.
So the idea is that no longer are we focusing on single unique blocks of gameplay. We are giving you a broader goal and then giving you multiple blocks to achieve it. And we're trying to reduce failure. Second of all, it's what exactly is a cooperative experience in Assassin's Creed?
It's not a reboot, but it is a refresh, I'd like to say. And so it's taking each features and asking ourselves the question, so what's going to make it fresh? Why would players have fun again, using that feature and make sure that they feel as if it's the first time all over again?
Navigation, you have fight, and you have social stealth, right? We wanted to have missions that you could tackle in any direction, in any way. So there's two concrete things we did for that. First of all, we developed something we call AMM. It's called Adaptive Mission Mechanics. So instead of telling you, tail this dude, we're going to tell you, find out where the secret base is. Number two, we created what we call internally black box missions. And black box missions are essentially, they don't need to be an interior. It could be just a portion of the city. But a black box mission essentially is a mission where you have a very precise goal. For example, assassinate a target. But to do so, you have literally dozens of approaches possible.
You're not designing one path. You're not designing a golden path. You're designing every possible approach opportunity. So when you build a space in Assassin's Creed, you think of it as an area, and you think of every different approach as having a different focus. So you could have a front entrance that's really easy to see, but it's full of guards. If you want to go in that way, it's either combat, maybe you can cause a distraction and sneak through, but it's a very designed and something that the designer has figured out. But we know that players won't necessarily do that. They're also going to go around the perimeter and look for other opportunities.
What we did with the navigation is create a system that allows beginners to very advanced players to have fun with the navigation. So the idea is to, the RT natural type of navigation. What we add is the possibility to use RTA and RTB. RTA means that you're going to go up directly and smoothly and very seamless, in a very seamless way. And RTB is the reverse, so you're going to be done. It's what we call the control descent.
We don't have to design paths because the navigation system allows you to go wherever you want. It's incredibly flexible. And the new advanced navigation system has better animations and better precision than we've ever had before. So in the past, maybe sometimes you felt like the assassin wasn't doing exactly what you wanted. That's not an issue anymore.
So we want the character to be fast and fluid and to climb and to be able to jump from rooftop to rooftop. But then when you try to do stealth, you need the opposite. You need something with more granularity, more control. We've changed the controls to give you a stealth button. Second of all, we revamped all of the detection, the way that enemies perceive you and they see you. So if you're in high profile mode or if you're in stealth mode, your detection rate is different. So you make more noise or less noise, right?
We have what we call an LKP system, which is a last known position system. So you really can play with the kind of hide and seek system with the AI. So we have vanish tools like the traditional smoke bomb, which will break the line of sight of the NPC. Then you can hide behind a cover, for example, and observe what the AI are doing.
They are actually seeing you. Like if you're hidden, their eyes are actually emitting a sort of a detection cone, and they're either seeing you or not. If they see something, they will come and investigate, but they don't know where you are. They've seen something there, so if you hide, you can actually spy on them, looking through your last known position and looking for you. So that adds another, because you can actually game the guards and send them on wild goose chases and then cover back on another path or whatever.
We have a robust cover system where you can take cover anywhere in the environment, and you can now have that layer of really having the fantasy of being an assassin and sneaking through and not being spotted, which wouldn't have been possible before, which is thanks to our new stealth mechanics, but also the seamless interiors.
When you enter a map, you can just observe what are your options, where you can go. If your target is inside the building, just look at the windows, what windows are open or not, and it's up to you to make your own path, in fact. And you can seamlessly enter, exit the way you want.
So what happens is, when you're trying to create a stealth game, and the path of least resistance is combat, well, the thing about stealth is, stealth wants to find you. So once you are detected, if you don't give real opportunity for the player to regain control and hide, his only real option is fight. So then you need to make fight accessible, or else players get frustrated because they die.
We've reimagined the combat pillar altogether as well. Introduce a little bit of some fencing animation, just make it fit the time period and stuff like that. But also we've reimagined all the AI behaviors, all the fight positioning, the way that the NPCs position themselves strategically and how much they fight.
So you cannot be anymore surrounded by, let's say, 15, 20 opponents. It's not possible anymore. The limit is between 3, 4 guards around you. Starting at 4, they will probably shoot at you and don't go directly on the mini fight.
Arnaud is a very precise character. He's a very sharp character, and that sharpness you can tell in his humor, in his personality, but also in his movement. Like the assassins, like Ezio, for example, was much more of he had a lot of flourishes in the way he fought and the way he moved. Arnaud is much more, think of Kung Fu versus Krav Maga. Arnaud is much more Krav Maga. He's much more direct, to the point, very brutal assassin.
So we want players to, have to do that vanish loop where they fight some guard. If they feel like they won't win that one, then they can easily, vanish from the enemies and then come back, so that players feel a bit smarter using their tools.
By doing that, it puts a lot less pressure on fight, because now you have other means of retaining control, which means we can make fight more challenging, which feeds back into the whole co-op thing where it is challenging. If you go running around into a group of guards by yourself, you're going to get killed.
If you get into a fight, you'll kill a few guys, but then you'll quickly get overrun. You either need to take off or you need to get your friends, and that brings people together.
No one wants to be the guys that's following, or everyone wants to be the leader, so they each have to have clear objective, clear goals. It meant for us to opening up the game even more, adding even more options, more paths to choose, more features to differentiate between players.
So instead of giving all the full power at the beginning to the player, we decided to go more like a kind of a RPG system. So you have for the first time in the game, you have a very deep progression system. A few examples is we have 2 axes of progression for the player. One is the skill and one is the equipment. The skill basically is through your progression. You will gather some skill points, and you can use skill points to unlock skills. Skills are basically new moves, cool moves. You can have moves in navigation, in fight, in stealth. And so you can you can build your own character. It's still the same character, it's the main character of the game, but you are allowed to build it the way you want. It's visually different, so you can select your colors, you can create your own avatar. What is more interesting is we have parameters on the equipment. So let's say you have a coat, a very heavy leather coat. It will maybe help you to increase your resistance to damages. But on the other side, you will generate more sound around you, so people will look at you, and it will be maybe more difficult to blend in the crowd.
So we didn't want to create classes or specific roles. We really push for different types of possibilities in terms of cooperations. The first one being the synchronization. So you have several things to do at the same moment. Sync kill is really the best example. So you have several guards 4 guards to kill, your 4 players. Or just kill them at the same moment.
If 2 players find themselves close to one another, you get a sort of a soft tethering, and you get additional effects. So if I perform a disguise and you're within a certain radius, you will also get the disguise. Rewards are shared. If I loot a chest and you're nearby, you're going to get the reward also. Stuff like that. These are things that will actually reward you for playing co-op. Then we have things that will punish you if you don't, like large groups of guards.
The way the missions are designed is you have a target, you have an objective in the game, and around that we are building opportunities. And all the opportunities are tailored for each play style you can have. So of course, if you are specialized in combat and you want to go in stealth, you can try. If you are good, you can pass, but it will be more difficult.
Not only do we not switch off those systemic things during missions, we actually give players more tools to manipulate them. It's not that we didn't want to do this before. This is a hard problem to fix, and we've had a lot of time to do it. But the idea earlier, I was talking to you about the, really tackling the core pillars of the brand and really trying to change that core pillar of Assassin's Creed. This is part of it, right?
We've always known that the Assassins have this brotherhood, that they're not alone, but the gameplay has always been solo. So I think it's a natural fit to bring people together to have this co-op experience. When you play co-op missions in Assassin's Creed Unity, you can play solo. We're not going to say you can't. So someone who wants to play on their own can play all of the content. But the co-op content is really designed to be experienced together with your friends. That's actually why it's called Assassin's Creed Unity.
I just want people to feel that AC is a great experience. It's and one of the best Assassin's Creed. I want them to feel like they're reliving the fun of AC1 all over again, rediscovering the brand and just being reintroduced to the story, to the background, to the myth, the mystery of that franchise, and make sure that we just hit all the right notes.
And yeah, that is the making of series of IGN about AC Unity. Really cool insight. This last part, of course, is a bit, yeah, ironic, I guess, because, it had so much promise, like the whole co-op system. And while it's really fun still, like, I still love to play it. It obviously didn't quite live up to the hype that they created. And especially, of course, playing via, kind of like multiple hosts, the ping and kind of like bugs that can happen, or I guess ping fluctuations and bugs that happen because of it. Just really lead to some funny situations, I guess, but also some frustrating ones. But definitely make good points, like there's still benefits to the co-op system. And obviously it makes things much easier most of the time. And you get also rewards, like for example, if you kill people at the same time, then you get more creep points than by your own, for instance. So yeah, definitely is a system I still enjoy, but they could have been a bit more polished if they would have given it more time. But yeah, with that we are back in AC Unity. Gonna continue with sequence 4, I think it is. Most of the currently historical quests are actually set mostly in the main story. However, there's some side quests that don't really have a set date, which we can play at any time really in the game. So yeah, we're gonna be kind of like placing them within the next kind of like main stories. Cheers, Rod, for triggering the spreadsheet there. I'm actually quite excited to get back into this. Really looking forward to play more of the like historical order. I also felt doing it this way so far. Yeah, it has felt definitely nice. There hasn't been too many like really major historical events yet, I guess. Like obviously the start of the revolution, but yeah, I feel like I can make much more of a statement later on in the playthrough, since it's still quite early into it. But I definitely enjoy, having kind of like a different order of events, because definitely changes the way I approach missions, right? Like usually if I would be doing like an all mission playthrough, I would kind of like focus by kind of like the difficulty per district. So I would start with kind of like the cafe district and the city center, and then go to like level 2 district. However, even in the level 1 difficulty district, there's like missions like this which are set much later in the timeline. Like this one is 94, I think. So it feels interesting leaving these for later and going to different districts first, because it makes you not focus too much on individual districts, but rather like explore the entire city from the get-go, which I think is not a bad idea overall. So yeah, it might be something I do again, because it just creates also more diversity in like exploration and stuff. So yeah, it's been quite nice so far. I've been really enjoying it. There's definitely some inconsistencies within the timeline though. But yeah, those are like mostly minor things though. But yeah, overall it's been pretty nice. I enjoy it. So hey there, London Metropolitan. Welcome in. Oh, that's great, you might do it again, and it would be such a good way to make a playthrough feel fresh amongst other types of runs. Exactly, dude, yeah. It's definitely different to anything I've done before with Unity, playing it in that order, so it's definitely fresh in a way, you know. But yeah, I think we're gonna start with a side mission. Let me just check if this one is set in a specific year. Okay, it isn't. That means we can do it. You know what it's like to get into a certain routine with these games? Yeah, definitely. Especially if you play them as often as we have. Hey there, Pursuit. Welcome in. Citizen. Hope you're doing well. Devilishly tricky. Investigate reports of satanic aberrations and put an end to them.
There are 3 such fountains. If you drink the water, the devil comes to you and lures you away with promises. One of the fountains is right there.
There's also a cockade up here. Actually want to get all of them for the additional color schemes. And Pursuit doing well. Saw a game at post this morning. Are they up and coming games? Yes and no. Journey I've already played a few days ago actually. Didn't took me that long because only like a 1 to 2 hour game. So that one I've already finished, which is why I uploaded the wallpaper art. And Blur I've also made a start on, but I'm still not done with Blur. Like I'm still gonna do another couple of streams with that game. So yeah, I think we're gonna go back to Blur tomorrow actually. But yeah, Journey was fantastic though. I really enjoyed the game. Just very beautiful, like both in the art style and the soundtrack. And yeah, just really is kind of like more of an experience rather than your typical game, I guess.
That man isn't going to drink from the fountain, is he?
Oh, I'm gonna.
Come to me. I can give you untold riches. Eternal life can be yours. Everything you desire. Just come to me. Yes. This way.
The devil! He's here! Dear Holy Mother!
Yeah, I remember the hype around the game.
Eternal life can be yours.
And I've had it for a while in my Epic library, but yeah, I felt like it was a good time now. Checking out some more shorter games in between like longer playthroughs. So kind of like poisoning you to then ambush you and take all your money. But they have underestimated Arno. Not usual citizen.
I haven't got all day. Hear me? Or things are gonna get seriously bad.
Bon sang, regarde-le.
Maudit russe, du calme.
Assassin! T'as vu coller ces affiches?
Assassin.
Come to me. I can give you untold riches. Eternal life can be yours. Everything you desire. Just come to me. Yes. This way.
Let's end this merry chase.
Jesus Christ. Imagine if we ran like centered here. He probably would have shot us instead of a bandit. Or extremist, I guess.
Find peace at last.
Another food jack for the fam. Got it! Have you had?
We found a note. The drug will induce hallucinations. The victim will arrive at the ambush in a weakened state. Strike immediately. I think I wonder. Let's have a quick look at the database here, because there might be some things I want to check up upon. Let's uncheck everything here. Okay, this one we have already read, so I don't have to read this again. There's been some newspapers, but we're not gonna read these. Okay.
Un excellent moyen de voilà.
Come to me. I can give you untold riches, eternal life, everything you desire. Just come to me. Yes. This way. Right. Come. You will find peace at last.
Oh, so much to that. But they promised me untold riches, right? Let's loot them in that case. Oh, not that many riches, but I take it. Cheers, Rod. Maybe get some soap. Yeah. I mean, I take it.
Tight, yeah!
18 months Pog Crook 1 Happy Ezio 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 Crook 1 Happy.
Oh, that cut off. Hey Valevi, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 18 months of resubbing. Damn, 1.5 years. That's insane. He was just happy in the end. Yeah, he wasn't Ezio anymore, he was just happy. On that day he became it. But yeah, welcome into some Unity. Just messing around in the open world with some side missions right now. Just the one where they poison the worlds and then they have this like creepy hallucination voice where they say they give us untold riches.
What a surprise to me! I don't owe you anything. Kill you slowly by that!
You're just grinding for workload. Was some weird stuff today, probably lots of mistakes on the horizon. Yeah, I mean, with, you know, weird videos, that can be a bit difficult to kind of like judge, I guess. But yeah, I hope it's gonna be alright though. Alright, so it seems like we have another Nostradamus Enigma nearby. I actually quite enjoy these, even if some of them can be a bit confusing. But yeah, let's have a look. See if we can't solve it. Sometimes you don't know what to do. It's like, this is everything and nothing. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, not every, like, type of content can be categorized, I guess. Unless they create a category for literally every type of content there is, which I doubt is gonna happen. But yeah. Okay, so this one is called Mars. In a peaceful field strewn with stones, the winged watcher waits. Her gentle gaze graces all souls, follow to the resting place. So yeah, this is pretty close by actually. This is the cemetery over here. And if we have a look over there, there's a winged creature. The Phrygian cap was originally a symbol worn by Paris, son of Prima from Phrygia, that would be taken up in late Roman iconography, where before it became a symbol of a Parisian sans-culotte. Revolutionary aesthetics were particularly inspired by classical culture and therefore by the Greco-Roman world. The Peleus was a soft, conical cap given by Roman masters to their slaves once they were freed. The cap was adopted by the sans-culotte in 1792. For 2 years, I made someone at school believe that the Phrygian cap was a form of birth control. Not really relevance here, I'm just proud. So that's actually the hood that I'm wearing right now. Like the type of hood is Phrygian cap. Holy puzzle solving Batman. Yeah, it definitely helps that I've done these Reddits before a few times. No worries, Levi. I hope you enjoy your luck. And yeah, hope it's going well analyzing some weird videos. Notre Dame Cathedral looks over her daughters, one snuggle between Dame and Saint-Chapelle. Vera, the face of a son, watches over his flock. So, two daughters of the Notre Dame Cathedral between the Dame and the Saint-Chapelle. So, Notre Dame is over here. The Saint-Chapelle is there. So, I reckon they are talking about this one. That does look like a church. Who's this guy? Got an investigative journal. Our order counts among the most devoted disciples. As such, we have determined to confer upon you the honor of performing the most unholy ritual sacrifice upon the altar that lies beneath the charmingly small church, Saint Pierre de Azy. We have selected a willing victim. So this guy is from the cult of Baphomet, it seems. Can I kill him? I mean, he's supposed to be a civilian, but he's one of the cult, so... What the fuck? I can't kill him? Apparently I can't. Seems like I might have a Sword of Eden protecting him. Yeah, something like that. I mean, kind of funny because usually you can kill people except if they're like part of a mission, so I guess he might be important later on. The Baphomet storyline, but I thought I already had done all of it, so yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever Starrick had that rope or something. Yeah, the Sword of Eden could definitely protect you against lethal damage. I mean, it's Syndicate, there's even like modern day intro, like audio logs that have the Templars put on the shroud around their head and then shoot themselves in the head or something. They do survive, but before they are getting like kind of, I guess, fully repaired, they have kind of like a vision of the guy, like the Isu who made the shroud or something like that. It's actually quite wild. So I guess if you wrap it around your head, you'll be protected from headshots. Okay, I actually just heard the puzzle nearby here. It's up there, it seems. Beyond it afar, the blue ribbons diverge, making way for man and beast. An assassin's victim struck a shrewd bargain to acquire a city. The treasure lies beneath a mount. I guess this is the place, the fall. However, it's not over here, but rather over there, which is where we have the statue of the guy sitting on a horse. It's also where you start or spawn when you have joined the assassins for the first time. That's like one of the first lifts you can find within the game. The new Quebec is like, how can we take what we introduced in Syndicate and put it in Odyssey? Ah, we can make it that therefore there was a prototype version that was used in Atlantis. But no matter your choice in the game, what choice is supposed to matter, a lot of the usage of it causes an innocent human to die. Yeah. Yeah, Fate of Atlantis DLC, dude. I'm so unsure if I wanna play it once I play Odyssey, because it's like a similar situation like Journey of King Washington, where you know, what happens is 95% not real, I guess. Or not actually happening, or yeah. Doesn't have much story relevance either. Yeah, I mean the fact that you have like Cassandra being in a simulation from the Isu era, where also all the other people that she killed or have died are living. It's just like, you know, that's not set in the past, it's like set in kind of like a heaven and hell kind of scenario. And yeah, it just a little bit weird, I guess. Okay, I think one thing I'm gonna do is actually do some of these helix rifts here, because there's more modern day information we could find out, and it's quite close by. Also not tied to a specific timeline, I guess, within the French Revolution. Obviously, they're set, like these rifts are set after Unity, being at the Belle Epoque at the start of the 20th century. But yeah, since they're kind of like rifts and extra levels, we're not going to be playing them in historical order. Don't think I ever tried the Helix Rift, you didn't know it had story content in it. Yeah, so basically every time you do a rift you can rescue an assassin. And by doing that you get assassin intel. And each rift has kind of like about 2 or 3 assassin intels. And those are kind of like modern day documents, or yeah, mostly documents to read up on. That tell you more about what's happening after Black Flag, I guess, and before Syndicate. But yeah, it's very much hidden. Like, it wasn't until a few playthroughs into Unity that I even realized it was there, I think. But yeah, it's one of the only ways to even get modern day information in this game, unfortunately. What Manchu does with Valhalla is how Elysium and the Underworld should have been depicted. Just a pure simulation, and just make the events within Atlantis be the memories of Aletheia, with changes of course in regards to effects. Leonidas is there. Exactly, you know, they could even have made something along the lines of like, okay, yeah, Aletheia is actually a descendant to Cassandra or something, and Cassandra is then reliving the memories of Aletheia. You know? Kind of like similar to how Ezio relives the memories of Altair. Or, I mean, they don't even have to be related either, right? Like, she doesn't even have to be descendant, because Altair wasn't one to Ezio. So, yeah, they could have just worked with something like that, you know? Instead of placing Cassandra inside the simulation, inside the setting. I mean, in Valhalla, you know, we're also like, not Eivor, we are Odin. Unabasted, or remember as Bishop being into like online multiplayer, you play quite a bit, and you're like, no thanks, and you're not starting a clan with you. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's very much straight to the point with the modern day cutscenes in this game. And they don't try to waste too much time, you know, focusing on that. Which is a bit of a shame because I love modern day, but yeah, I really want you to focus on the historical part here in this game. What exactly, and if we can come up with this, why couldn't they? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like, it doesn't require that much to create, like, you know, kind of like a logical way of handling things like that. But I guess Quebec's reasoning would have been, you know, it creates a dissonance between the gameplay progression of the main game and the DLC, and since Odyssey is so much about gameplay and loot and building up your character, you know, obviously you can't have a different character to play, or you have to work up again from zero. I reckon that's actually their justification, you know, it's like gameplay tied, because in all of the games it really seems like gameplay takes the forefront, whereas story has to fit within what kind of gameplay they want to achieve. And Montreal is like the complete other way around, like they create the story and world and then make their missions dependent on that, other than the other way around. But yeah.
We're counting on you to save our operative. He's somewhere in the simulation. The data is breaking down. Get to it before we lose it. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. Wait a second. This one's encrypted.
Nice as artifact. I take that. I think you need these artifacts for the ITE outfit. How they changed something about it? I don't think you need to get all the artifacts anymore.
All the data we can.
Like a handful of them.
Great find.
I have to look that up again, what's required, because I would love to get the ITE outfit. Looks really damn clean in this game.
Okay, we have our agent's location. There's the agent. Get him out.
Hey there, Blackerbugger. Yeah, it could be a bit annoying, you know, kind of like trying to find all the artifacts, because they spawn a bit randomly sometimes, and they can also spawn on locations you already collected them, which means you can't collect them until you restart the memory, so that's a bit annoying for sure. I read the other day that there's like
This data comes from
not required anymore to get ITS outfit, apparently. Like, there's like another way where you get either less artifacts or something else, I think. So, I guess that would be like easier now than it has been.
You don't have much time left. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. This should come in useful. Hold on a second. I need to decrypt it. This will come in handy. I think this data could really help us. 10 seconds left. Hold on. Decrypting. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You're out of time. Hurry! Our operative is safe and sends us thanks.
Alright, there we go. Got the artifact, the bonus, and the assassin in tow. We're gonna play this rift again because it's still one more into to get, but before we replay this, we're gonna have a look at the assassin in tow, I guess, and the modern information that we've gotten. Bear, this reminds you of the Catch the Flag multiplayer mission Unity. You couldn't get anybody to play it, so you did it by yourself. I think you might have been caught the tournament. It might have been called the tournament, not sure. Yeah, that might be it. Because there's this like flag parkour competition within. And yeah, dude, like I've also had to play some of them solo back then. The most difficult for me was still the Women's March because you had to deal with like so many guards as well. But yeah, the tournament was also like a bit tricky since, I mean, the whole parkour course is like built around the idea of having 4 players, right? So doing it by yourself can be a bit stressful.
We're counting on you to save our operative. He's somewhere in the simulation.
Letter of Promotion. Alan Ricken, Chief Executive Officer, Abstergo Industries, Washington, D.C. 21st of January, 2014. Dear Miss LeMay, congratulations on your promotion. I am thrilled that you have decided to continue your career with our organization, and I'm delighted that someone of your experience and caliber considers Abstergo Entertainment a natural fit for your talents. And Heva, Ezio first. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. As the Chief Creative Officer at Abstergo Entertainment, you will play an integral part in the continued growth and development of Abstergo family, a brand respected and cherished the world over. As a long-time employee, you certainly need no introduction to our internal philosophy, our priorities, and our commitment to excellence. None of this changes, of course, and rest assured that you will have our full support to continue this legacy during your tenure as CCO. With Abstergo's vast resources and advanced technology at your disposal, you will be in a unique position to make a true and lasting impact on the world. Your position grants you access to Abstergo's offices, and you will be put at the forefront of some of the most exciting and controversial scientific breakthroughs of the past century. All avenues of genetic memory research are now open to you. Your only limit is your own curiosity and ambition. As per our discussion last week, your first day as Chief Creative Officer will be the 3rd of March 2014, starting at a base salary of $183,000 per year, with full eligibility for all bonuses and investment options. Welcome to the next stage in your already incredible career. I look forward to working with you in the near future. Alan Ricken, CEO, Abstergo Industries.
We're losing that data. Try to reach it before it's gone completely. Great find. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy.
Am I looking for the artifact? Not currently. Currently I'm just trying to get the assassins rescued, so we get the assassin info and all the modern day information. But yeah, probably get the artifacts at the later point for. I'm still trying to get them whenever I find them, of course, but
Done. We need all the data we can find.
yeah, that's not currently that I'm like actively trying to search it.
I think this data could really help us. I've been able to pinpoint our agent's location. This one's encrypted. Wait. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. Hold on a second. I need to decrypt it. Quick! Time is running out. I think this data could really help us. Let's hope that contains something valuable. You found him. We're losing that data. Try to reach it before it's gone completely. The agent has been recovered. Seconds left. 5 seconds. Sending the data. 3, 2, 1. Get to the exit, now. You performed a great service for the Brotherhood, but others still need your help.
Right, so that finishes all of the assassin info in the Data Harvest Helix Rift. Let's go back to Helix here. And then we're gonna have a look at the next document. Helix Marketing Strategy Memo. Stock Entertainment, Helix Team Virtual Entertainment Exposition, Press Training. Details. Where? Los Angeles, California, Aurora Center, downtown. When? 10th to 12th of June, 2014. Who? Melanie LeMay, CCO, Mark Schelling, Executive Producer, Pierre-Louis Belanger, Project Director, and Anthony Gebenier, Tech Director. Lodgings to be determined. There are 3 hotels downtown we generally use. Contact Jennifer Tam, me. jtam at abstergoentertainment.corporation. Key messages. Helix is not a virtual reality. It is a virtual experience of actual history. History is your playground. That's also one of the Ubisoft logos for AC, actually. Helix is built on Animus technology, Abstergo's proprietary genetic memory extraction hardware. Helix is safe and comfortable. Abstergo has been developing Animus tech for 4 decades. Animus technology is proprietary. There are currently no plans to outsource or license this technology to other companies. Worldwide simultaneous release, fall of 2014. Do's and don'ts. Do. Use words and phrases like innovative, immersive, total immersion, virtual experience, true history, and the final frontier of pure entertainment. Elaborate on our flagship virtual experience, The Tragedy of Jacques de Molay, 40th Century France, Last of the Knights Templar, action, suspense, and adventure. These are forthcoming features without naming names. Something like our forthcoming virtual experiences will explore all sides of history, good and evil, and all the shades in between. Spark imaginations by asking journalists what time period they would like to visit. Ask them if they have any famous people in their ancestral line. Emphasize safety. Safety is our priority. If this technology wasn't 100% stable, we wouldn't release it. Expound on the core virtues of Helix. History, truth, immersion, fun. Talk up the Helix core team, inspired, hardworking experience, 343 collective years of industry experience. Talk up Abstergo Entertainment, the best and the brightest, a studio full of talent, the most talented and creative minds on Earth. Don'ts. Do not dignify any rumors about the disappearance of past Abstergo employees with any kind of response. These rumors are scurrilous attempts to tarnish our company's reputation and should be brushed off with a simple, we don't respond to false accusations and crackpot theories. Do not mention data tracking, cortex monitoring, fMRI Omega technology, hippocampal shock, occipital ghosting, brain death, server bridges, rogue programs, or erudito. These are industry terms for what will only raise false alarms in the minds of mug-tracking entertainment bloggers from San Francisco. The last thing we need is a 60-point hyperventilating headline of a front page of some squawking tech blog proclaiming Abstergo Entertainment is trying to kill you. Entertainment bloggers from San Francisco. Wonder if that's Marcus and DedSec. Do not answer questions about Abstergo Industries or its subsidiaries, other than Abstergo Entertainment. Deflect questions of this nature with a simple, I'm here to talk about Helix as an employee of Abstergo Entertainment, or just a simple, that's not my area of expertise. No comment. Do not go into specifics about the nature of genetic memory. A simple, each man and woman on Earth carries around some portion of the collective memories and experiences of their ancestors. Abstergo's various technological breakthroughs in the past few decades have led us to a point where we are able to extract, organize, and replay these memories for the public will suffice. Never speak badly of past projects, spin negatives into positives. E.g., if they say the film Devils of the Caribbean was a frightful mess of cliches, dime store moralizing, and pandering stereotypes, who thought this bucket of bilge water was a good idea, you say, certainly we realized very early in the production that Devils of the Caribbean would not be the ideal experience for everyone. But for those who want a fun, exciting, and lighthearted look at the golden age of piracy, a ship has come to port. That kind of reminds me of like Quebec's approach with Odyssey, you know, a lighthearted, fun, exciting experience or look on the Peloponnesian War. Whereas Montreal usually tries to depict also the gruesome and like, you know, more serious thematics. Do not confirm cooperative virtual experiences. You may say, this is technology we have definitely considered and are looking into it as we speak. We will be unveiling this feature at a later date. But keep in mind that in the world of AC, movie studios are no longer a thing as a different spin on these entertainment products by Abstergo. So Ubisoft, you're familiar with respecting your fan bases and your franchises. That's not my area of expertise, no comment. Right, that's what they should say, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely true. It's kind of funny also, like in AC1, when you have the email, you know, saying that basically interactive games have completely replaced the movie industry, pretty much. But yeah, obviously that was like in the future by 5 years, so they tried to kind of like paint a different kind of like picture, rather than these modern day games where modern day is kind of like set within the present timeline, I guess. Hola, ladies. Oh yeah, that trailer for Devils of the Caribbean. I mean, nobody expected that to flop, right? After that introduction. Okay, so we still have another reading script, which is the Tornado one, with 3 assassin intotes. However, we're gonna do it at a later point.
Bienvenue.
Let's go ahead and refill some things here, and then we can have a look at the skills. if anything I would like to get right now. I definitely love to get the disguise skill. And more health also couldn't hurt. I'm gonna get disguise first, I think. Everyone expected that entertainment product to be a masterpiece of pirate fiction. Yeah, nobody would have expected cliches either. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep what I have currently. We could have a change our weapon. Something better, maybe like a 5k weapon. Kinda like the look of this one. Although the Officer Saber doesn't look too bad either. Also quite like the Morning Star. It's a bit funny that this one is on default. Maybe I go for this one. A spike metal ball mounted to a long handle, the Morning Star or L'Etoile du Matin can crush a man's skull like an egg. Indeed. Let's get it. Also gonna increase the damage. Right, let's have a look what other missions we have. This one is at a later date, I believe. We could do another part of Flamel. Of a Flamel mission. Let me have a look if this one is set in a specific year. Okay, it doesn't seem like any of the missions with the name Flamel in them are set in a specific year, so we can do it already.
Bonjour, soyez le bienvenu.
Rod, in a Super Nintendo game called Secret of Evermore, one of the worlds you visit is based on the prehistoric era, and the initial melee weapon you receive is a large bone. I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? It reminds me of the game Ancestors by the creator of AC, where your first weapon are kind of, you know, like basic sticks essentially. When you like later learned how to like sharpen them. When you get like actual like javelins, I guess, and stuff. Like the whole progression in that game is really cool.
I foresaw your return. Come, I have something to tell you.
Flamel's secret: the monks. Locate the monastic cult and retrieve part of a twin mechanism that opens Flamel's laboratory. It's funny in games what some weapons can be. You wonder if there will be a sequel to that game. I think there's one in production. I'm not sure, but I think there is. Where they want to continue directly where the previous game left off, I guess.
I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
It's but yeah, that would require them to really do even more effort or put more effort into the game, because obviously the more advanced we get into the time, the more gameplay functions there have to be. So I wonder how it turns out.
These cards, the cross and the lady, invoke Notre Dame Cathedral, continuing with the religious theme, monks. And this card, it is clear to me that an order of monks is after mystical power. They hope to find Nicolas Flamel's water of life in his long-lost laboratory somewhere here in Paris. This card, the key, they have found part of the mechanism that will unlock Flamel's door. You must go to Notre Dame and recover that mechanism.
Nicolas Flamel. Born in Pontoise in 1330, Nicolas Flamel later went to Paris to work as a scrivener. Flamel amassed a considerable fortune for himself, arousing persistent rumors as to how he managed to establish such wealth so quickly. For many, Flamel therefore must have been an alchemist, able to transmute base metals such as lead into gold or silver. In his youth, Flamel had a strange dream in which an angel showed him an extraordinary book. It was in this book of Abraham Eliza that he would later discover the secrets of alchemy. Flamel went on a pilgrimage to Saint-Jacques de Compostelle, where he met a certain Maestro Conche, a Jewish Kabbalist, who would give him certain keys for interpreting the book, which it is told allowed Flamel to use alchemical methods to acquire his fortune. Flamel is credited with the reconstruction of the church of Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, the remains of which now stands as the Saint Jacques Tower. Though some say that the Philosopher's Stone made Flamel mortal, it is known that he died on March 22nd, 1418. He is buried alongside his wife in the present-day Cluny Museum in Paris.
Monsieur, bonjour à vous.
Alright, you actually have to go inside Notre Dame here, right? Oh, let's do that. Was ist das?
Tu finiras au bout d'une corde, et plus vite que tu ne le crois.
The Book of Eliza.
We here humbly invoke the spirit of Nicolas Flamel.
With handwritten alchemical annotations by Nicolas Flamel.
Nicolas Flamel. Oh, great patron of the hermetic arts, we seek the elixir, water of all life, consecrated with flakes of gold. Elixir. The elixir. Send us a sign that we may find what we seek, and that we may use it with humility and discretion.
I cannot agree.
Invoke the spirit of peace in hopes of guidance. O great patron of the hermetic arts, we seek the elixir, water of all life, consecrated with flakes of gold.
Tu finiras à la Madeleine, empilé avec tes compères.
Send us a sign that we may find
Get back here, you brat! We got 10 inches of steel for ya!
Hé, va les passes, voleur! Ah, tu essaies de voler cette bourre!
This rusty bit of metal must be part of the mechanism that Mademoiselle Lenormand was talking about.
Right, that is the mechanism. Hey there, Shillerlocker. Yeah, Unity is great. I love coming back to it as well. Still love the game. But yeah, it's definitely true, it has much potential. And if they would have taken more time, then it could have been even better than it already is. Would have maybe also changed the direction of the series as well.
Tout est bon pour se faire remarquer.
Les clients sont les bienvenus.
Ah, you have recovered part of the mechanism, as I knew you would. Keep it. It is you who will unlock the secret.
Alright, here we go. That's the second part of the mission done. So every time you finish one mission, the next one spawns pretty shortly afterwards. However, I would actually like to go back to the Café Theatre, because we can pick up some money, and then I would also like to do this mission here. That is, if it is set in here or not. Okay, doesn't seem like it is. In that case, we can do it already. One more year of development time and it could have been one of the best games. Yeah, I don't know, like it certainly needed more time. You can also tell by looking at the behind the scenes that they were really stressed out about trying to make it as best as it could by the time that Ubisoft decided it should be released. But it was just so ambitious that it really wasn't enough. Am I going for the legend rank? Probably not, unless I get the automatically. I just want to focus on all the missions and anything of like story relevance. Anything else that goes for the 100%, I will only do if I feel like doing it, I guess. But yeah, just focusing on story though.
Did we not rise up against the crown in defiance of just such an institution? What good to take one step forward into the glorious dawn of a new age when we keep one foot in the dark
This is all well
ages?
and good, but it is folly to abandon wisdom simply because it is old. Should we also forget how to farm wheat? Or how to write fine words for you good people to read? No, we must not callously abandon God because he is no longer fashionable.
Let's have a look at the stage here, because actually some unique performances. Also depending on what stage you have upgraded and renovated the Café Theatre. Later on you can also unlock new curtains and stuff, which will then change the performances being done as well. Kind of reminds me of Red Dead Redemption, where you know, you also have like a stage often and you can like watch a play or stuff like that.
Tonight, Madame Justine Leclerc joins me to discuss the rights of women. Now, to begin with, I want to get this out in the open right up front. Are you in fact a witch?
I am not.
Well, thank God for that. Please continue.
Well, with this revolution, we have a rare opportunity to...
Are you sure?
Pardon?
Are you sure you're not a witch?
I'm quite certain, citizen.
No familiars? Weigh the same as a stack of Bibles? Lacking any supernumerary nipples?
The last time I checked.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Equality for women, not actually a sinister conspiracy of witches. Put away the ducking stool and the large stones. We can all relax. Please, carry on.
Female representatives of the nation asked to be constituted as a national assembly. They have resolved to set forth in a solemn declaration the rights of woman. The demands of the citizenesses may always tend toward maintaining the Constitution, good morals, and the general welfare. I hope you will join them.
Has proclaimed himself king of the beggars. No business of mine, to be sure, but I'd be careful of it.
Pretty cool. I like that. The voice at all, Lizzie. I hope you have a good night and a good sleep as well. Thank you so much for joining.
Arno, how art thou, my fine chapter 22 months big pogodens love?
Hey Vetemice, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for 22 months of resubbing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day and start into the week. And yeah, I'm also doing quite well. Still quite early in the game, but yeah, catching up on some of the side quests currently with the Café Theatre. So yeah, trying to also like change our home base a little. Right, so the first Café Theatre mission is called Auto da Fe. You Herbert is burning rare religious manuscripts, some of which contain assassin's secrets. Save them from destruction. Rewards: bookshelves and books added in the Café Theatre.
It seems some royalist fanatics called Les Actes des Apôtres are on a book-burning spree. Many rare manuscripts are in danger. Meet my contact at Place Dauphine and save what you can. We'll find them a good home here.
Though food be scarce and winter hard upon us, turn not to violence and criminal pursuits. We are all in the same boat, and now must row together to survive.
You good? Losing some unity. Remember the fun we had with co-op? Indeed. Yeah, dude, I'm always down with some co-op. Just too much fun in this game, especially when, like, you know, bugs happen and the connection is kind of like unstable between co-op players. It's kind of funny the situations that can happen because of it. Yumi and Moro trying to sync jump between buildings. Yeah, the 180 workout. Actually quite love that back eject 180 mechanic in this game, where you can like jump back and forth between buildings. But yeah, it was really funny.
My favorite part of the day. They grade out the lowest of the low.
J'espère que tu sais ce que tu fais. Si tu veux, tu ne le sais juste pas encore.
Before to do some, just let me know. You see if you be free. Yeah, dude, I definitely love to play some. The thing is, since I play missions in historical order, there might be only a few that I could play at the moment. So far we only had one co-op mission. But I think there's also some... I think most of them are actually set in a specific year. So I guess once I get into like the second half of a playthrough, we could certainly play like more co-op missions without messing like the order of events. But yeah, I would love to play some co-op for sure. But yeah, at the moment I can't replay too many of them, since they still haven't happened yet in the timeline.
Thank God you're here. They burned most of Monsieur Deschamps' library already. Please save what you can.
Get back, damn you! I'll knock your teeth through the back out your head!
La Majesté, tu entends la colère de ton peuple?
Les ennemis de la Révolution! Just want a little work running
Nice. Right. That's it already. An auto da fe from the Portuguese for act of faith was originally a ritual of the Inquisition wherein the accused made proof of a good faith. However, since the ritual generally ended with the accused being burned at the stake, in the popular mind auto da fe came to mean the burning itself. The term came to France during the Revolution and was turned inside out, now meaning a revolutionary act of faith against Christian clerics. But you just read that Square Enix have sold some of its IPs and studios, especially franchises like Tomb Raider, Deus Ex Thief, Legacy of Kain, and including studios such as Crystal Dynamics, mainly focused on Tomb Raider, Eidos Montreal and Square Enix Montreal, and others. Really? So do you know who they have sold to? Damn. I wonder what that means for the future of like Tomb Raider, for instance. Okay, so Colette is not set in a specific year either. Let's go back to the Café Theatre here, have another look at the stage to see if there's like a new performance or something.
Evening, sir.
Decent profits.
Okay, so currently we only gotten one renovation. I'm gonna wait with the others until we have done each of the Café mission first. That singer sounds kind of funny. A company called Embracer Group, who before now had just owned THQ Nordic and Gearbox. They're based in Sweden. Hopefully any changes they might make are good. Yeah, dude, let's hope so. THQ. He sounds like someone with a bad cold affecting his nose. Yeah, he does. Like he's, you know, half closing his nose himself. Kind of speaking like this, you know.
I much prefer books in libraries to on bonfires, don't you?
Colette. An assassin's contact has reported that Colette, an informant, might be compromised. Find out if this is the case, and if she's in danger, bring her to safety. Rewards? With terrors available at the Café Theatre.
One of our informants may have been compromised. She's posing as a scullery maid near Port Saint-Denis. We need you to tail the innkeepers, find out if they suspect her, and get her out if she's in danger.
These missions send you quite far away sometimes. Alert.
Hello, my friend. How are you, friend?
Science, crois-moi. Ce sac à vin me fait perdre mon temps. Je savais que tu dirais cela. Et comment sont ces gens? Ces esprits l'ont abandonné. 100 métros, m'en vais. Pas de conture. Vas-y.
Stay right there. I want to talk to you. Dog, you're just the fertilizer. I'm going to gas that mug of yours. A massive improvement, no doubt. You abused the law. Yes, you citizen.
Quote, yes, you citizen.
Did you see that? He just came and...
J'ai été amené ce matin.
T'aurais pas
Rod, if they do another Deus Ex with as the main character, hopefully they at least try to see if Elias Sufexis would reprise the role a third time. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because the studio being based in Montreal, I believe, made sense to have him as a voice actor, since he was also based nearby. But yeah, dude, let's hope so. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a you know, bother trying to fly in a voice actor, even if they end up changing most of the cast or like most of the voice actors for the game. But at least have that consistency for the one characters, or for the characters that they have established already. But very true in his performances, Adam Jensen is strongly tied to the characters. Replacing him with another performer wouldn't be the same. So in that respect, it might be better to not do another game with him in it. That's true, yeah, if I can't, you know, get him to work on another game. Maybe just like keep the franchise, but you know, change like the protagonist or something.
Well, what's so important to Zelma?
It's the bloody scullery girl. Claude said he spotted her hiding a note under a loose cobble. I didn't even know the wretch could read.
So? She's probably just scribbling for her gutter rat friends.
That's what I thought at first. But then I went and read the note. She knew about Reynard. She had details of the operation. I think she's a spy.
Ha! This is what we get for taking in war orphans.
What do we do?
Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Hey, par ici! Regardez cette pêche! On la dirait miraculeuse!
Les marées sont
Eh bien, il se passerait quelque chose d'important.
C'est vrai.
La guillotine permanente. When the guillotine was used for the first time on April 25th, 1792, it was poorly received by the public, apparently disappointed by its speed of execution and lack of entertainment. Nonetheless, the instrument was declared the official form of execution, The song, The Permanent Guillotine, tells the story of Dr. Guillotine, and now his invention came to be used for executing the guilty. Fun fact, but Dr. Guillotine didn't invent the guillotine. So that's kind of funny that they say it here. Because in another database entry, they, in a quest actually with Dr. Guillotine, they tell that he only popularized it, but he didn't invent it. Kinda like, you know, a modern, an historic Elon Musk, I guess. Claiming all the inventions for himself. I guess he now also invented Twitter. But you would have loved to see him to get to play through again, so there can be a trilogy with his character. Set closer to the time period of the very first game of the series. Yeah, that would be cool as well, actually. But I'm actually quite curious to see the games myself and kind of like the story and lore behind it, because it looks quite intriguing. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Elias effects as well, so it would be cool to kind of like see a game with him in it. It isn't like, you know, AC.
Hey! Stay there, citizen!
Stay there, citizen. Hey, you didn't see me. Next you would buy McDonald's, and then people are like, you really revolutionized the, you know, fast food market. You really deserve to play a main playable character in the AC series. Yeah. He does indeed.
Some bastards
Madame
turned
Bruce
off
sent
Saint
me.
Pierre.
You are discovered. You need to get out of
Someone
here.
there. Hold it, you!
Man, this game though, you know, the whole scale of it and how dense it is, just so damn good. Right, so let's have another look at the missions here. There's actually one of the cafe or social club missions that I would like to do before we go back to main story here. That's one called Cafe Procope. Not quite sure if we have unlocked it yet. Or we haven't. Could have a look down here to the social club since we haven't unlocked this one yet. I think I do that just to see if we can unlock the side mission we wanna do. Nice, there's also cocaine nearby. I do want to collect all of these for the additional color schemes here, so let's get it. I've actually collected a few of them offline as well. I think we have like almost half of them at this point. I know. Can I go up here?
New fashionable exercise. On est bien sûr. Saga. Where do you think you're going? What are you doing? You've been holding out.
Is it a great idea to get some collecting done off stream? Yeah, definitely, especially if it doesn't have any story relevance, you know. And this playthrough being more focused on that anyways. Doesn't feel like, you know, the stream is missing out too much either, rather than just like time, you know, collecting stuff, I guess. Also something you can, you know, do good is kind of like something, doing, you know, off stream while doing something else as well, like watching a show or kind of like, you know, watching another stream or something. Since it doesn't require like that much attention.
Godspeed, citizen.
Godspeed, citizen. Le Café des Invalides. The Chant du Départ. Written by poet Marie-Joseph Chenier to the music of Etienne Hu, the song of her departure was often regarded as the brother of the Marseillaise. It was sung for the first time following the French troops' victory at the Battle of Fleurus of June 26, 1794, against the coalition army, Great Britain, Hanover, Dutch Republic, and Habsburg Empire. It was reused a few days later on July 40, 1794 to celebrate the anniversary of the storming of the Bastille. Originally entitled Hymn à la Liberté, it was renamed by Robespierre, who praised the lyrics as magnificent poetry. The words glorify the fighting passion of the French, ready to take on the world in the name of Republican freedom. Yeah, exactly right. It's also good because it keeps, you know, the stream more focused on kind of like important story-related things. Okay, let's have a look upstairs here. What kind of missions have spawned here? Spiked bourbon. Special delivery. And smoky yet robust. Ooh, that's a lot of money here. But yeah, we're gonna do these at a later point because I'm still looking for more social club missions. Which means we're gonna find viewpoints until we find another social club to renovate. And, you know, get to trigger this mission I wanna be doing for the next main story.
I'll bring you down a
Alright, there's no cafe to renovate in this district, it seems. In that case, let's go to our next viewpoint here. Have a look over there.
I don't do business with these socialists. Get away.
Paris story.
Over here.
American prisoner. Hold on. Let me have a look if this one is set in a specific year.
We wouldn't figure out it was a fake name. Please, I don't know anything. Nobody likes a bleeding comedian. You've got the wrong man, I swear.
It's not. I mean, in that case, we could do it, I guess. Recover Thomas Paine's original manuscripts.
Citizen! There's a document that the council wants to recover. The Rights of Man. The author is in the prison just down the street. You've got a good chance to talk to him right now, while they give the prisoners an exercise break. His name is Thomas Paine.
Hey Vaora, welcome in, citizen. Hope you're doing well. It's mine.
Ow! They ran off! Ah! Never mind.
Never mind. Yeah, nobody bothered with that. Us included.
sûrement évadé d'un asile.
I'm not gonna let you push.
Thank God. Couldn't take another minute listening to that writer.
What was that?
Exercise. It's food we need.
Who's this man, Payne? Writer or something? Got on the wrong side of Robespierre.
Tu m'as pris pour une boucaneuse là.
How goes the revolution? Yeah, pretty good, actually. Currently just doing some side stuff, but yeah, very soon we're gonna concentrate on some main story.
Oh, wish somebody would execute these people. I'm sick of the lot.
But yeah, I'm loving to be back with this game for sure. Let's get this golden initiate chest here real quick. Never know what's inside there. Bit of moneta, I take it.
I've got this area.
How's the wife?
Sick again. We're a little extra to get her to a doctor.
But I could maybe go to village here, but I can't. That's right.
Did he make a sharp turn somewhere?
Hey there, Archie Raven. Welcome in. Thank you for joining, and thank you for your follow. Or you can just stand right behind them if they don't even realize until they, you know, start to look in your direction.
Can't you see I'm busy? Shit.
Thomas Paine. During the American Revolutionary War, Paine's pamphlet Common Sense fortified the resilience of the colonial troops and populace. Paine, a former corset maker, Quaker, and privateer from Britain, revolutionized the political thinking of his time with his passionate invective. After the American Revolution, Paine played radical thinker to Edmund Burke's intellectual conservative in a clash over the implications of the French Revolution. Paine's book-length defense of revolution, The Rights of Man, was condemned as libellous in Britain and provided intellectual succor to the anti-monarchistic anti-monarchists in France. He became extremely unpopular and took refuge in Paris, where he was warmly welcomed, particularly by the Girondists. He even founded a newspaper with Condorcet. Granted honorary French citizenship, he was elected to the convention, where he sat attentively despite his inability to speak French. He argued openly against the execution of Louis XVI, suggesting that he be exiled to the United States instead. Robespierre later had him arrested and thrown into prison. Paine narrowly escaped the guillotine and eventually returned to the United States. Escaping the guillotine but ending up in the States, the final proof that there is indeed a fate worse than death. Jesus, Sean. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's kind of funny how Sean doesn't, miss a chance to roast United States. Especially ever since AC3 and the American Revolution.
What is it?
I'm here to get the rights of man.
That'll take some doing. Damn warden took it. Bastard took all my scribblings. I'll tell you what. You go find it and my other 2 tracts, and I'll let you keep it. It's all rubbish anyway. But I'd like those other 2 back. I wasn't finished with those. He's got a posh estate over by Les Invalides. Go knows about there.
It's kind of funny, but I don't think I've ever played this mission before. Because this seems to be part of like one of the DLCs, I believe. And yeah, I've just recently bought it, I guess. Like the missing DLC when it was on sale for Unity. So, yeah. It's quite interesting. Damn, Sean, that's brutal. It is. But yeah, that's Sean, I guess.
What's this? Didn't you listen to me? Don't come back here without all of them. Half-wit. Piss off. What's this? Didn't you listen to me? Don't come back here without all of them. Half-wit.
This guy is friendly.
I'll serve you up my famous tooth explosion!
No thank you.
Seigneur, encore un évadé.
Retenez votre bras. Il n'y a bien pas de mal. Run, everybody! You're mine! You can't hide! Shit! The eyes there.
There's one.
Okay, so tricky part here is that there's like snipers outside who can actually one-shot me.
Christ, get a bloody move on! Bring him down!
So we gotta take out all of these snipers for sure.
Seigneur, il est trop tard.
Age of reason. Good.
À l'aide!
All three.
Aurais-je? Oui, j'ai oublié mon livre chez moi. Bon, je n'ai plus qu'à aller chercher.
Right, let's go back to pain.
You can't get through me! I'll smash every last one of your kind off my
Where was that?
Fuck, we all spawned back. So, that animation. But it seems like everybody inside this building just spawned back. It's a bit curious. I mean, not everybody. Apparently nobody in this district of a building, but definitely the other guys here.
Have you got them all? Don't know why I wanted them back. It's all rubbish. Here, keep the rights of man if it's so damned important to you.
I could break you out of here.
Break out? Christ, no. Let them do what they will with me. It's a matter of principle, man.
It's like, I don't care if I'm imprisoned. It's about making a statement. I mean, you gotta give it to him. He's definitely convinced.
A-t-il perdu la raison?
Et regarde-moi en face quand je te parle. Commander un vin dansé.
Okay, let's go up this building here. See if we can reach a cockade from there. Yeah. You're welcome, I guess. He's committed to the bit. Yeah, no kidding. Doesn't care as much about its freedom as he does about his, I guess, morals. There's some more cockades nearby. Let's get them as well. Nice, that's 60 unlocked. So another 40 to go, and then we have the black color scheme unlocked as well.
You won't escape me, citizen!
Café de Quartier Latin.
Oui, toi, là. C'est à toi que je parle. Veux-tu connaître la vérité? Les derniers...
Okay, let's have a look at the missions here. There it is. Café Procope. This one is set in 1991. Apparently. Hey there, Eileen. You love Unity so much. Me too. It's such a great game. So beautiful. I love the assassin fantasy they created with this game as well. And yeah, the setting is also just fantastic for ACF, yeah. Yeah, fantastic game. Assassinate important allies of Maximilien Robespierre as they gather in Café Procope. Café Procope is one of the oldest restaurants in France, one of the earliest examples of street cafe where people are of all social classes mixed together. It was one of the places where intellectuals, artists, and activists nurtured the revolutionary culture. Robespierre's allies have taken the café over to discuss the conspiracy to overthrow the assembly, find the conspirators, and take them out.
You knew this.
Right behind you.
Par ici! Garde!
Thought you were running home to money, but the dogs are the...
À l'aide! À la garde! Par ici!
La férolle doit lui manger la cervelle.
me.
You went to Paris last year and took photos of most of the locations from the game. Couldn't help yourself. It's definitely understandable. I'd probably do the same if I was, you know, in Paris and see buildings that I've already seen in this game. That's really awesome. I hope you had a good time in Paris. It's kind of cool that if you really like study, you know, the locations in the game, and you can kind of like navigate through the city all by yourself, even in real life.
Come here! I'll smack you, silly!
On dirait qu'il se passe quelque chose. Donnez l'alerte! Il y a un meurtrier en liberté! Garde!
Ta fin a été rapide, j'espère.
Encore un disciple de Cagliostro.
L'entrée. What the devils? Serait-ce une espèce de jeu tout seul? Fais-moi un peu.
There we go. Alright, cool. So it's the only social club mission for 91, I believe, for now. So, yeah, the next mission would actually be main story. So, yeah, given that we've already done quite a bit of the side stuff, I think I would like to do that next and really follow the order of events for a little bit. So, let's go ahead back to the Café Theatre and do the next mission called Council Briefing. The last main mission we did was the confession kill, I believe. So that's the one where he killed Charles Gabriel Siver, who's one of the guys responsible for the death of Monsieur de la Salle.
Good morning, sir.
I'm also gonna get another renovation done, I think. Now that we have done all the available social club mission up until this point. So next we have the hall.
The previous owners must have walled off a room in the main hall. Perhaps you'd be interested in what they found. Celestine, thank God. Are you all right?
Monsieur, why wouldn't I be?
The riots are getting worse. I was worried.
Oh, don't you worry about me, monsieur. I know enough shortcuts and back streets to avoid trouble.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. You'd best get on with your chores, then.
Oui, monsieur.
Carry on, then.
I like these kind of like small dialogues that you can listen to.
A word, brother?
How are you, Arno?
I'm well, citizen.
Parishioners found a body in Notre Dame today. The wags are already calling him the Penitent. I take it justice has been done?
Not entirely. Siver had an accomplice the night of Monsieur de la Serre's murder. He struck the killing blow.
This raises troubling questions. What have you learned?
He was working with a man called Le Roi des Thunes.
The King of Beggars? Are you sure?
You know him?
Of him. The beggars pay him tribute. The man himself is a ghost. We've sent 3 assassins after him. The first 2 found no trace. The third never returned.
I can find him. Siver met with one of his lieutenants. I owe it to the memory of Monsieur de la Serre to uncover the truth.
Perhaps you can at that. You've proved yourself a true assassin today. And a true assassin must have the proper tools.
So the concealed blade and the smoke bombs were just what you had on hand, then?
The Phantom Blade. A modest little update from the traditional assassin's blade. Where you're going, you may not wish to get too close to your enemies. Now then. Assassin. This council charges you to go to La Cour des Miracles. Find there the Templar agent, Le Roi des Thunes. Learn his secrets, and bring him peace.
I like how Black is just standing there, nodding. Kind of like a badass way, you know, like, yeah, that's how it's done. But you like Arno's sassy way with the council and how Mirabeau just ignores it. It's definitely interesting, like, the dynamics between, you know, the council members and Arno. But in a no upgrade run, it's the only projectile weapon you can use. That's true, yeah, because it's given to you automatically, right? Instead of like the pistol, which you can buy, I guess. Or get the skill for, I guess. Definitely quite useful that, you know, that's an option within the no upgrade run. I've never actually done one for Unity, I don't think. Right, so let me have a quick look at the timetable here. Okay, so the next mission takes place in on the 90th of January of 1791.
Hey, Arno.
Hey, Arno. Okay, so actually the next 2 missions take place on the same day. So yeah, we're just gonna do them back to back, and then we have like 2 months of break between this like the next 2 main missions and the ones after. So I'm gonna do some side stuff in between there to fill the 2 months of time, I think.
Hey, Arno.
But you definitely recommend it. You've done it a few times now. Yeah, it's quite nice to challenge yourself in that way as well with the stealth. And yeah, I've also seen like a few YouTube runs as well of people play it. You have to demonstrate how stealth works, you know, regardless of upgrades or not. Yeah, I'm actually gonna get a different weapon. Let's go for heavy. And then I'm going to buy the greatsword. This massive weapon is said to be able to cleave through a millstone in one stroke. Slightly worse, but I don't mind too much. I like the look of it. Hey Vermola, welcome into it. I hope you're doing well. Happy Murder Monday.
Arno.
For you.
But it definitely makes you look for shortcuts as well as getting to your targets to the path of least resistance. Yeah. That makes a whole lot of sense. That's really cool. If I would like to do it at some point, I think. Alright, let's go to missions. And then the next main story takes place over here. We can actually teleport there. Let's do that. While I'm doing well, just finished an hour task of getting your internet to work on your computers this morning. That was fun. Ah, damn, dude. What was the issue with the internet? Like, why didn't it work?
Je parie qu'il va se rompre le cou.
Fuck. Who's doing these wolf sounds? A howling. You need to pay the bill properly and then a series of resetting the internet and restarting your PCs. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's annoying. But I'm glad you got a fix, you know. It would be a relief to get done. The Kingdom of Beggars. Somewhere in La Cour de Miracle is a Templar agent who knows where to find Leroy de Thune. Find that agent. You can hear me now, so it seems okay. It's still connecting to work for, which is annoying. Ah, okay. I hope that gets done soon as well, dude. It'll be annoying to, you know, that kind of start into the day with the internet not working properly. Must be the Werewolves of London, or in this case, Paris. Yeah, man. That's a good song, actually.
In the colonies, move away! Nah, it's ugly. Just keep one hand in your purse and you'll be fine. Track away, citizen!
There you are. Le Roi des Thunes' lieutenant. Ah, la touche.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. Look. Lovely, no? The good folk of Paris give more money to crippled beggars than whole ones. Le Roi des Thunes sees in that bit of trivia an opportunity to motivate his less successful employees.
That man
has lost a foot. Now you can charge in there, cause a great disturbance, and send all the rats scurrying back to their holes. Or you can disappear into the swarm.
and follow the rats back to their king. Either way, that man has lost a foot.
It's done.
Take him to the clinic for a proper cauterization, then send him back to the street.
Come on, up you get.
I appreciate the advice.
Not yet.
Who are you, precisely? And why help me?
Oh, I've had my eye on you for some time now, Arno. I feel it my sovereign duty to aid all those who suffered in cruelest bondage with me at the Bastille. And I have a vested interest in seeing the King of Rats caught in a trap. As to my name, I have the pleasure of being Donatien Alphonse François, Marquis de Sade. Do pay me a visit when you've tired of chasing vermin. Oh, he's left a lovely trail. Good luck.
I make my own luck.
Perfect opportunity there. But Latouche. Yeah, that's his real name. He just misspells this all the time. Or that could have been his favorite foot. No kidding. Like, that was quite brutal. The first time I watched it, I was quite surprised they actually showed the decapitation of a leg there. I also like that he says he has lost a foot, even though he lost like half his leg. But yeah, what an introduction to Marquis de Sade. Donatien Alphonse François de Sade was born in 1740. He came from a typical noble French family, full of soldiers and clergymen, and entered the army at the age of 14. Apparently he didn't find it to his liking, because he left at the age of 31. De Sade was the quintessential black sheep, an atheist and great lover of the performing arts. He was above all a libertine, and used his family's wealth and influence to get away with an astonishing array of crimes. Lucky that could never happen nowadays. It's a telling symptom of the ancient regime's corruption that he was considered merely a scandalous figure and not a violent criminal. Much of his adult life was spent shuffled between different prisons, where he wrote numerous texts, nearly all of which were deemed obscene and heavily censored. He was liberated in 1790, and sensing the change that was in the air, renounced his title and got himself elected to the convention. He continued to write in the same pornographic vein, while simultaneously pardoning nearly every criminal sent before him. I had a headmaster a little like that for a while. His governmental tenure was short-lived. In late 1793, openly critical of Robespierre, he was arrested for moderatism and imprisoned for a year. He never rejoined the political sphere. At in 1801, under Napoleon's orders, he was arrested once again and sent to prison, where he would remain until his death in 1814, having outlived the monarchy and the revolution and an empire. Still, at least he had his naughty writing to keep him warm at night.
Nights are getting cold again. You don't seem worried.
I know where the chimneys are.
What chimneys?
The ones his Grace had put in when he took over down below. Sleep on one of those, you'll be as warm as a babe in arms.
Monsieur Latouche, still bringing medical care to the disenfranchised?
Your day will come, Liberty.
Rather sooner than you think, I'm sure.
Christ, Arno. Can you hide there, please? Thank you very much.
Do I know you?
Is it true what he did to Thierry?
I remember the man's screams and how long they lasted. And that was for an accounting error.
You're joking. I thought he'd skimmed off the take or some such.
Nope, he misplaced a 1 in a ledger.
Right. Double time it is.
Laisse-moi rire. Il y a quel stratagème brillantissime vas-tu recouvrir d'un
Get him inside, quickly. Something doesn't feel right.
He's dead, sir.
Then toss him in the gutter and get yourselves inside.
Aloha la douche. Sometimes you think Arno wants to get caught. It's yeah, definitely the case sometimes, like when he's you know, not covering where you want him to, but like anywhere. Definitely more interesting way to play this level following the douche on the ground level. Yeah, usually I would go on the top ground as well because it's much easier, but yeah, I figured, you know, I'm gonna try this a different way this time. But it's definitely a bit more intense being this close to like possible guards detecting you. Rotten Splinter Cell double agent when Sam puts his back against cover when an approaching enemy is close enough for a takedown. He karate chops them in the neck. I've actually seen that before, I think, when I watched you play the game. Really funny animation. Yeah, man. Splinter Cell also is definitely a series I have to get into at some point. A tax assessor during the reign of Louis XVI, Aloha la douche seems destined for a life of middle-class mediocrity. He was a tax assessor. He only had himself to blame. Records indicate that he was dismissed from his post amid charges of bribery, and unable to find further employment, he sank into obscurity. Alright, in order to get full sync here, we have to use cherry bombs.
What's the order for the unfortunate in bed 6?
Probably burned in a fire that killed his family and drove him mad.
A burn job? Do you know how hard those are to get right without burning half the district to ash?
Use a few drops of the strong acid. Layman can't tell the difference.
Jesus Christ. What a bunch of bastards. It really is, Rod. I love triggering those kind of animations in games. yeah, unfortunately you can't stop this guy torturing the patient here. Can't stop them at all. But Sam Fisher must have learned the technique from Steven Seagal. Yeah, maybe he did. Or master himself.
No! No, please!
Give me Le Roi des Thunes, and I'll spare you your life.
The carcos! He's in the carcos beneath the old church!
Latouche, I expected a stronger spine than yours. What will your master say?
Oh, God! Lord help me!
Alright, let's get the way out from where we came. Very nice. That's the full thing done. And also another 2 skill points, which means we can now finally get the disguise ability. Something that's so damn powerful. And I'm definitely gonna be using quite a bit because, yeah, I like that skill a lot. And the kind of like scenarios you can use it in. The ability to temporarily disguise yourself and nearby allies as a selected target. This skill will fail if you get too close to an enemy. When equipped, press D-pad down while facing your targets to don a disguise. But did you know that Steven Seagal created the universe and only took him 1 day to do it with his eyes closed? Steven Seagal has that skill too. Oh yeah. He's like Chuck Norris, I guess. He can do anything. Alright, so when I go to this shopkeeper down here to kind of like refill ammunition and stuff, and yeah, then I'm already gonna do the next main story because it also takes place within the same day that we just started the other mission in. But it's funny how much of a meme he has become. You saw a couple of his movies as a kid, but you were more of a Van Damme fan in terms of fighting movies. Definitely fair, dude. Yeah, I didn't actually watch too many Chuck Norris movies growing up. But for some reason, the jokes were still super popular where I lived. Like, you know, making Chuck Norris jokes, so... I kinda grew accustomed to him through those, I guess. The Raw is smart. The Roi des Thunes is skulking somewhere in the sewers below La Cour des Miracles. Find him and end him.
Piss off, you lot.
Assassinate the Roi des Thunes. You got 1 entrance, 54 guards, and 5 hiding spots. And a couple of opportunities. Like a unique infiltration and distraction opportunity.
What do you suppose it's so hard? It's ventilation from the
Smoke.
So by sabotaging these chimneys, I guess, or however you call them, you actually create a distraction opportunity where smoke gathers underground, and you can use it as kind of like a permanent smoke bomb. Hey there, oh Inkling Villa Lobos. Welcome in. Yeah, Unity is great. I love the game.
That should smoke them out.
So that's the distraction opportunity done. Now we could take on these guys here to create an assistance opportunity.
Et elle les obtiendra.
So yeah, the backers are now assisting us and force everybody into conflict here. They need to do another assassination, so let's see if we can't trigger that here.
I want that one.
There we go.
Stop there, citizen!
God damn! That's a right whiff. Let's get out of here.
What do you expect? Some idiot dug too deep and broke through into the sewer.
Let's get out of here.
It's also cool because if you have a chimney sabotage right, then these guys will leave this place, I guess. But you have an easier time getting in here.
Where you going? Soil yourself! Need to take food!
What's happened? They're rioting all throughout the district. You men, with me.
My lord! I've heard reliable reports that an assassin is nearby and that you are his intended target.
The worm has grown a spine. Now he's a snake.
Damn. It was only a matter of time I knew that much. This is far too soon.
Oh, oui, my lord. The assassins are, well connected.
But we have the advantage now, don't we? Muster the guard and lead the hunt for this assassin. Bring me his head.
But, my lord, our men are out dealing with uprisings among the beggars.
Kind of funny that this music is like looping because it's the stealth music, like after you escape. It's kind of like looping over and over. That's not supposed to happen. Okay, but here's an interesting thing. So basically this is a decoy, right? Like he's not the actual Royalty Tomb right now. So if we go and try to assassinate him there, we will fail. However, I also believe it triggers a unique cutscene. If we go and try to do it this way. So I would try to go for the decoy and get detected. But trigger the cutscene, I guess, that I was talking about. It also goes more in depth to what happened to the previous assassin who tried to kill him. So, yeah. I'm gonna try to get purposefully detected there. For more story content, hopefully.
I see you!
Finally, the music stopped.
Embarrassing.
Rod Thun, roughly King of Beggars, is a title claimed by various influential figures among the indigent population of Paris. The first written references to someone using that name date to the reign of Louis XIV, but it's likely the term is much older. Some were benevolent spokespeople and organizers, others were ruthless extortionists and murderers. But it's fair to say that whoever they were, if they walked around called themselves the King of Beggars, you could be pretty sure they were complete jack-wagons. Direct attestations are difficult to come by, but anecdotal evidence suggests that the man claiming the title in 1791 may have been the unacknowledged illegitimate son of a minor nobleman who rose to a position of power in the Cour de Miracle district sometime in the late 1770s.
Hold your positions, men.
Okay, so let's see if we can trigger a cutscene here.
That explains what happened to Bellier's last agent.
So.
Bellier's last apprentice brought me the most wonderful gift. I do hope you have something to...
Diable!
Tut! Not so close!
So, that's the cutscene I was talking about, which you have to get detected for to trigger. That explains what happened to the other assassin, right, who was here before.
Perhaps not as clever as you think.
Come on! Come out where I can see you!
Jesus Christ.
I should have known it would come to this.
Obviously, that makes things a bit more difficult trying to survive here with almost no health.
Assassin.
Yeah, we're gonna do it from back there. Where he doesn't see us coming. Just gonna wait until he's stuff again.
Je te vois.
Can't use my disguise here. Oh, I can.
Tricky, tricky.
The raw tuna. Right, let's do this.
My subjects have eyes everywhere, my lord. I offer their knowledge to the service of the Order.
What knowledge could a king of the gutters offer us? The intrigues of rats? You may go.
The intrigues of rats? Pompous fool, if I could lay my hands on him.
My master would be pleased to arrange that. Brother.
You're right, monsieur. Too much of the king's champagne.
Sylvain, come away!
It's done. Delaserre is dead. Grand Master.
Good.
Gotcha. His fate remains unknown, but in an early unpublished letter dated February 1791, Marquis de Sade remarked the king is dead and none of his miracles can now save him. Since Louis XVI would not be executed for almost 2 more years, it's suspected that this may refer to the Roi de Thun. Assassins 0, Templars, Assassins 2, Templars 0. A disguise is sure to fool him. Yeah, I mean... Imagine somebody walking to you being clothed exactly like you and looking exactly the way you do. Would definitely, you know, surprise me. Eva Python with Parker, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for joining. Oh, I actually have to do 2 Thunderblade kills, it seems.
They killed. Better stay sharp.
Only.
Can't see a damn thing in here.
So that's the smoke distraction here.
See a damn thing in here.
Kind of like a permanent smoke bomb. Yeah, I am. I'm from Germany.
Can't see a damn thing in here.
Ah, dude, it's so good, Rod. I love his rendition as well.
Ah, you're just in time for the commencement of my reign.
Your reign?
As long as there's a Cour des Miracles, we must have a Roi des Thunes. And since there seemed to be a vacancy, I stepped in.
With remarkable speed, the body's not yet cold.
I may have set things in motion a trifle early. Say, when you first arrived at La Cour des Miracles...
You used me.
Your target is dead. We used one another.
Quite a kingdom you've inherited.
It is, isn't it? So, is justice served? Are the dead avenged? Is your soul soothed, all that rot?
Rot is a fine description. Every time I think I'm getting close to the truth, it seems another layer of filth presents itself.
Conspiracy, intrigue, a rapidly thickening plot. Add some bestiality and a lecherous priest, and I say you have the beginnings of a beautiful novel.
I'd settle for a solid lead.
So young, and yet so serious. Well, best of luck to you. You have, I trust, looked into this.
Where did you get that?
One of my newly loyal subjects brought it to me as a token of esteem, as it were. It's a curious piece. I know of only one silversmith who works metal like this.
A blade of this make killed Monsieur de la Serre. I can only assume you knew this already. Why didn't you say?
Well, where would man be if he never had to ask questions? If everything he could ever want to know was simply handed to him, he might no longer think to ask questions.
Or he might accomplish a great deal more unburdened by ignorance.
Perhaps. The smith's name is François Thomas Germain. You'll find his shop near Léal.
Thank you.
Bonne chance.
Yeah, bit of a creep this Marquis de Sade, to say the least. Oh yeah, definitely. It's quite interesting also how different Marquis de Sade in general feels in Dead Kings. Like much more serious, I guess, as well. But yeah, that's what I like as well. That, you know, all of the characters feel like they evolved a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you can't really trust Marquis de Sade with a girl like that, I don't think. But yeah, at least there's like a mission later which kind of like reveals that he's not as much of a pervert as some people believe him to be. It's mostly his writing that is, I guess. Even if his mission indicates otherwise, I guess. But yeah. Very nice. That finishes sequence 4, I believe. I'm gonna do this next main story actually, because even though it was the start of sequence 5, it's kind of like the council report after the assassination, so kind of belongs to the same day, I guess. So let's fast travel back here and talk to the council. You think he's trying to seem more creepy than he is, but you can't remember for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely this one murder mystery, I think it might even be, or something, where somebody's trying to blame Marquis de Sade for like some really cruel crimes and, you know, like pervertic as well, I guess, but it turns out it was not him, but somebody who tried to aspire as he presents himself in the books as well, I guess, or in general. There certainly is like boundaries that Marquis de Sade also has, I guess.
A word, brother?
But yeah, he's more known for his writing, I guess, being more libertine, I guess you could say.
Godspeed, citizen.
Godspeed, citizen. Hey there, aka Sebastian. Welcome in. Okay, give me actually 1 sec. I wanna try something here real quick. I'll disable my preview real quick and see if it changes anything about my performance, because I'm noticing some FPS drops during cutscenes, so I want to see if changing something OBS might do something about it. Also this guy. I think he's he also has like an Easter egg, I guess you could say. Let's see. I'll watch him real quick. Also, hey there, Jeremy. Welcome in. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. So if you watch him long enough, he actually farts at some point, I think. He's called the farting assassin. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, he's also one of the assassin mentors as well. Council report. Return to the council chamber and tell Mirabeau what you have learned.
You look terrible.
For months, I have been wrangling the Brotherhood, the National Assembly, and the King. Taken all together, they have the political acumen of an especially stupid village council. I believe that excuses my appearance, young man.
I meant no disrespect, Mentor. I'm only concerned.
Forget me, Arno. Weep for France. But enough politics. I hope you have happier news. What of Lord de la Serre's murderers?
The King of Beggars is dead. He was carrying this.
Opposant pay. You should keep it. It'll do no one any good moldering in a forgotten crypt. Carry it with honor.
Thank you. I will.
The mission?
The King of Beggars and Sivert were only pawns in a larger game. Someone sent them after Monsieur de la Serre.
Templars do nothing simply, do they? Do you have anything solid on this mysterious chess player?
The only lead I have is the instrument that killed de la Serre. A pin fashioned by a silversmith named Germain. But how he's involved, I can't yet say.
It seems your course is clear. Find the silversmith, learn what part he plays.
Alright. So apparently I didn't have any FPS drops during the cutscene. I even had really good average time to render frames. So I guess I just have to use OBS without any preview of a stream anymore. At least most of the time, unless I have to like really watch it closely, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of funny that, you know, disabling the preview in OBS, you know, changes the performance so much better of the stream. That's something I have to keep in mind in the future, honestly. I reckon that we could also fix some of the performance issues I had on OBS with Origins and Odyssey even. I hope. It's a bit annoying, of course, that I can't watch my stream, I guess, on my second screen in that case, but I'll take the performance increase for sure. Alright, he looked right at you when he did that. Yeah. Yeah, he had no shame whatsoever. The preview can drag it down, yeah. Yeah, it really does, like, tremendously. Like, I had drops down to 50 FPS at times during those cutscenes. And now I didn't have any whatsoever. But yeah, oh well. I still have my phone if I have to look at the stream sometimes, I guess.
Come here, citizen. Yes? Are you loyal to Rome or France? Swear look!
Alright, cool. 20 out of 20 crowd events. What do we get? We got the improved Phantom Braces. Oh, let's have a look at these. Much better bracers taken from a nobleman who once wore them at a royal ball. Sure, let's take them. Let's also upgrade them too. And then could go for like a phantom kind of like coat, I guess, because it would fit with the bracers. I don't think I have this one. I mean, it's certainly matching. I do like the other coat much more, though, I have to say. Okay, I don't mind too much. Let's go back to Arno's tailor braces. I like this look better. For now, at least. And then in skills, I can also get the health upgrade finally. Thick skin. The ability to withstand a little more damage in combat. Nice. Right.
Sacrez-les tous!
So yeah, so the next main story mission in Sequence 5 would actually take place 2 months after the one we just done. Which means I would like to do some side missions in between. However, before we do that, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break now, since I haven't taken one yet. And yeah, when I come back, we're gonna do some more some side missions, I guess. Probably the next Café Theatre mission, if it doesn't have any set date. And we could also take on this heist, if it doesn't have any date either. So anything kind of like in these districts here to the center and to the north. It doesn't have any set dates. I'd probably like to do rather soon, I think. But yeah, I shall be back in like 10 minutes or so. So until then, I'm going to leave you with some Unity soundtrack. And yeah, I will see you all in just a few. Welcome back, guys. Let me have a look on my phone if the game actually captured or is being captured, but yeah, seems like we're good. Welcome back to more of AC Unity. We are continuing to play our historical order playthrough of all the events during the French Revolution. And yeah, we have now arrived in, let's see, I think it's March of 1791. Yeah, it is. That's where the next main story is taking place. So yeah, we have like 2 months or so of doing side quests that don't really have a set date. And I think I'm gonna start with this Café Theatre mission that we just unlocked. But first we're gonna have a look at this chest here and pick up some money. Jeremy, rather Death and Savory is your favorite track of the soundtrack. I like how clever the track names are, like Church and Destroy, Chase by Chase Bases, etc. Chris Tilton did a great job, and Sarah Schachner. They really did. Yeah. Yeah, Tilton doing like most of the official like cinematic soundtrack. And a lot of even like ambient and like mission music, I guess. Sarah Schachner doing like more like open world exploration and combat and stealth music was like a really good combination, I felt. And also giving like Sarah Schachner kind of like a debut, I guess, for the AC series to really compose music by herself. Because she's been working on AC since Black Flag, I think, where she provided her violin, I guess, and, you know, playing the violin herself as well. And also even doing some of the arrangements, I think. But yeah, this game was really her first like real AC game she worked on as a composer, I guess. And yeah, definitely showed in Origins, I think, that that was a great choice. Because the soundtrack in Origins that she did is just on another level.
Colette's already asking for a new assignment. She's indomitable, that one.
Okay, so this mission doesn't seem to be set in a specific date either. So we can just do it now. Damsel in Seamstress. Rose Bertin, one of Mademoiselle Gauzet's collaborators, is in danger. Find her and bring her to safety. Rewards. Actors on the stage of the Café Theatre have now new costumes.
The Queen's dressmaker, Rose Bertin, agreed to make new costumes for the theatre. But it seems her royal past wasn't enough to spare her the attentions of radicals. Les Actes des Apôtres vandalized her shop, and now Rose is nowhere to be found. Go to the Marais and see what you can find out. I'm worried about her.
Okay, but first let's have a look at the character customization.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
And hey Vator, welcome in. Hope you're staying motionless like Osiris. Yeah, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Could go for kind of like a white look, or like a classic assassin color. That's a bit overpowering, this white. The beige ghost doesn't look bad either, actually. The intensity of this red though, it's insane.
Tight, 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 yeah!
And Eline, thank you so much for the subscription with Twitch Prime. Thank you very, very much. I hope you enjoy the emotes that come with it. We got a couple funny ones. And yeah, thank you so much for supporting the channel and for subscribing. A little tail flip of the hood every time you change colors. Yeah, it's actually quite funny, isn't it? It's like every time the claw physics have to reset themselves, I guess. Okay, let's go for the peaceful tails here. White, red, and dark brown. Maybe also for like more classical hood here. Like this one looks really nice, actually. I like that actually, but we have to find a chest for this one apparently. I think I'll go for the handmade bourgeoisie hood because it looks a bit smoother, I think. Cheers, Eline. Dankeschön. Tor, you cool, just getting ready to go stay with your family for a couple days and nights? Oh, very nice. That sounds good. I hope you enjoy the time together. Yeah, I think I'm also gonna change my weapon here to like a classic assault. Let's see which ones we have. Let's go for the Officer Saber actually. The Saber is issued to officers of the guard. Also gonna increase the damage.
Make this easier on yourself. Tell me who.
Oui, je suis certain qu'il va pleuvoir.
Pourquoi toute cette fébrilité?
You will be sending your PS5 off for repair replacement. I mean, I hope that works out for you. And that they can, you know, give you like that they figure out what the issue was and how to repair it. Definitely annoying if those kind of things happen.
Si je voulais, j'en ferais autant.
J'ai donc livraison à faire, moi.
Ah, no, you got cold feet!
Ow! Where are the guards? What a waste!
Your anti-revolutionary data!
post office is closed today because you have a bank holiday here today. Oh, that's I guess nice that you have holiday. But yeah, annoying if you would have to send something for. So I guess you can't send VPS5 prepared today, then you have to wait until tomorrow.
Madame Bertin, I presume.
Oh, you must be Charlotte's friend. I came here to recover my work from these scoundrels, but, well...
Say no more. Get yourself to safety. I'll deal with this.
Merci.
Rose Bertin. Born on the 2nd of July 1747, Rose Bertin became known as Marie Antoinette's Minister of Fashion. Now that's a job I'd be good at. She opened her first boutique, Le Grand Mongolian, when aged 22 in the very chic Saint-Honoré neighborhood. I wouldn't say my French is perfect, but on first glance she seems to have named her shop the Big Mongolian. If I'd been her Minister of Fashion, I think I'd advise her to change that. I don't care how big the Mongolian in question was, he could be massive. It's no excuse. Who's going to shop at the Big Mongolian? She soon diversified her offerings to include bonnets, mantelets, pelisses, bows, and shirt veils. The queen was enthralled by such refinement, and with Rose Bertin's help, set about transforming the Versailles dress code. Dresses were simplified to allow women greater freedom of movement, in particular by abandoning panniers, which were considered too cumbersome. I'm sorry to go on about this, but you just don't name shops after random enormous Mongolians. Rose Bertin's success and popularity soon brought her an international clientele, from cities as far afield as Koblenz, Brussels, London, and St. Petersburg. It was thanks to this diverse base of customers that she managed to survive the revolution. She left France during the Reign of Terror and would only return in 1800.
Ah, je sais. Il devait nous retrouver ici. Le vois-tu alentour?
Oh, let's get the costumes then. The fuck? How did I miss this guy? I like jump through him.
Faisons une offre raisonnable. Venant de ça, je me satisferai de votre onde. En ce qui me concerne, cela me gêne pas. Vraiment. Le texte n'est même pas censé. Et qu'est-ce donc que ces majuscules? Vous ai-je déjà raconté la fois où j'ai failli partir en Amérique avec la
Vous avez ma bonne...
Le pied m'arrête.
Pour la révolution!
I like it's the same this guy. Apparently I can't.
Gonna find ya! Gonna kill ya!
Don't like this one bit.
Andre.
La vérole doit lui manger la cervelle.
Philippe? It's so funny how they greet you.
Now for the fun bit. You missed the last wagon to us,
Oh. That's gotten a little bit bloody.
Now then, how the hell do I get all this back to the theater?
I know you keep money around here. Where?
Si tu ne sers à rien, tu deviens une gêne.
There we go. It is another Café Theatre mission done. Okay, another mission we could do in between these 2 months that doesn't have a set date is the Tiving Templars mission. Also, give me 1 sec, guys. Right. I'm back. Let's do this mission. I'm gonna try to search for it in public, actually. I don't think there's too many players doing highs. They're more like focusing on co-op. But yeah, let's try to see if we can find somebody. Templars have looted Notre Dame and are smuggling the valuables through the sewers under the Hotel Dieu. Recover the artifacts and be cautious.
C'est du travail de sagouin.
Ma parole, j'aurais tout.
Un nouveau client. Fort bien.
Votre père avait contracté une dette auprès du...
Very nice package X. You get this populated when you try those. Yeah, they can definitely be a bit tricky sometimes, especially with a distance that is required. Damn, didn't hit apparently. But yeah, the distance is required sometimes to do them successfully.
The Hotel Dieu, the oldest hospital in Paris. Centuries older than the famous Notre Dame Cathedral, which is down the street. Hospitals, as we know them, haven't exactly been invented yet, so you're more likely to get sick inside than to leave cured. The Templars are using the building's sewers to smuggle out artifacts they stole from Notre Dame. Go in and get the goods.
Won't be waking up, I'm afraid. Kept and worn like this.
Brother Malcolm.
Well met, Carl.
Alright, that works. Even got a full bonus, which means we didn't get detected at all. At least not fully. And Dogcatcher, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day, and thank you so much for the 100 bits as well. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Hope your Valhalla playthroughs are going good too. Right, so we could do another Flamel mission actually. Because these are not set in a specific year, which means we can just do them whenever. Cheers, Doc. I appreciate it.
vache for this. Je ne sais pas découvrir comment va se développer cette situation.
Okay, let's go ahead and refill some of our ammunition here. I love using the Phantom Blades, so I wanna get them refilled whenever I can.
You are ready for the next step? Odd. I did not foresee that at all.
Flamel's secret, Denis Molinier. Locate Templar Knight Denis Molinier and retrieve part of the Flamel mechanism.
I have an acquaintanceship with Denis Molinier who dabbles in alchemy. I suspect that it is he who possesses the other part of the missing mechanism. I advise you to go to his house on the Ile Saint-Louis and steal it. Yes, steal it!
An alchemist from Montauban, Molinier was deeply interested in Flamel and produced the famous Flamel images, consisting of obscure figures that combine symbolic and chemical formulations. That woman refused to make eye contact with you. Yeah, she's more concerned with her wards and her building, I guess. But yeah, I love that voice actress for this woman. Susan Glover, who also did the I'm Poor and Sick and Hungry voice from AC1. Everybody's favorite voice actress from AC1, I reckon. Of how often you get to hear it.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Yep, that's
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
And then it just happens over and over and over. It's so funny like how often it can happen as well, right, in AC1. Like sometimes you hear it like 10 times. Like 1 minute. From like different kind of NPCs. Look out, Arno, she will throw rocks at you while you climb. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like, you don't even have the ability to give them money. So, if they don't receive anything, they will still throw rocks at you, even if you have nothing to give. It's like, lady. There's nothing we can do about it. Get your damn money when you stop throwing damn rocks at me. Don't you mean hola, ladies? Oh man, that will never get old. The way the voice actor says it.
Why is there never a god when you need one?
Why is there never a god when you need one? Or maybe that tells you something about God then.
J'espère qu'il n'est pas sujet au vertige.
It just sounds so out of place, yeah. But they did a good job, you know, making it sound like that, because of course it was very intentional to, you know, make it sound like super, I guess, you know, cheesy and a bit cringe-inducing. Because, yeah, that's absurd entertainment, I guess. It's kind of funny how the document you find in Unity at the start, in one of the Helix Rifts, kind of like talks about how it just fulfilled every cliche possible about pirates.
légèrement hideux. Et pour bon, que croyez-vous? Il a transmis son faiblesse au reste de la France.
Sir, the order of monks we spoke about. It appears they may have obtained the first part of Flamel's mechanism.
Track them down and take it. With the complete mechanism, we'll have access to the last of Flamel's laboratory. Say nothing to anyone.
Understood.
Bloody Mignet! Dead? Oh, what's that then?
Be especially alert. The twin element of the mechanism has been discovered. Someone will come for our part.
Flaming Flameouts Flamingos. All of it and more. So apparently there was more at this tier in this district, isn't there? Yeah. Something here in the top levels. Let's see if there's like an entrance from one of the windows up here. Guess I have to go from the lowest level. Or maybe not. Okay, there's an open window. Oh, that's a tongue-tying twister. It really is, dude. Kind of funny how this guy didn't spot us. The Book of Elisa. With handwritten alchemical annotations by Nicholas Flamel. A map of the Île de la Cité, an old map in the Markens alchemical symbols hand-drawn by Denier Molinier. So that's where you can find also these symbols on the buildings, like on two sides of Notre Dame, and then on a crypt, underground entrance, I think, to the southeast. We can look for these symbols to get different kind of like entrances into where the laboratory is located.
This rusty bit of metal must be part of the mechanism that Mademoiselle Lebrun was talking about. And this completes the mechanism. So much for the Templars.
A word, brother?
Pourquoi fait-il ça? What?
Alors, vous n'êtes pas divertis?
De quoi peut-il s'agir?
Lance partout. Ceci ne me dit rien de bon.
Warning shot for next time.
Cherche à s'informer par ici. Par ici.
Sage-là est-il bien nécessaire?
Well, I've had a
Je pose la
productive
question.
day. You're the
On a déjà
third
évoqué
rabbit
ce
dog
point
I've
par
put
ailleurs dans la
down.
première partie. N'est-ce pas?
Non, où va-t-il donc?
He's Nick! You pansy! You've the wrong man!
I love doing that side across. Yeah, these voting animations are just fantastic. The whole parkour in general in Unity, you know, it just never gets old. There's just so much to it in like different circumstances, I guess, that you can play around with. Okay, I do actually wonder, is the food chain part of the timeline? Hold on. Yeah, it is. This is in 92. So that would be the next year after the current main story. Honestly, I hope they go back to like more deeper parkour systems again. Because the newest games have been kind of disappointing in that regard. Although the parkour is you know, definitely fitting for the types of games that they are. But yeah, there's certainly other qualities to have.
Cheer, my friend.
The parkour is the best of all games, there you said it. It's definitely fair to have that, you know, opinion that Unity is the best parkour. I feel like it's the one I have the most fun with overall. Because also of the quality of animations and the, you know, the amount of animations and some of the combos you can do. It certainly has like the deepest potential mechanics. However, it doesn't always work like it's supposed to. Like sometimes there's like quirks that make the parkour not work as intended. Whereas I feel like in the Ezio or like in the first parkour system, it was much more predictable, although more basic, to be fair. And the complexity of Unity is what makes it act up sometimes. But I think Unity is still like my favorite to mess around with. Followed by the first parkour system from AC1 to Revelations. And then the Colonial Saga afterwards, and then of course the newest games, which have the most basic parkour system we ever had.
Ah, the second part of the device. You have the necessary pieces. Return to me when you are ready to take the final step.
Yeah, I'll be back. Right, I think we finished most of the missions in this district that are kind of like tied to the 91 timeline. How about we do another Enigma? We haven't done one in a while. Actually, there's one even closer over here. but the ease and distance of side checks in AC1 is better than in Valhalla, for instance. You almost literally need to be right next to the ledge you want to side jump over to in Valhalla. Yeah, definitely loses a lot of its precision, I guess, and also fluidity as well.
Come here, you.
Mais oh, ça tous sauf mourir ici.
What are these lies? Someone please chain a load into a wall.
Par ici, par ici. Je suis là, l'ami.
Oh, you mean the tattoo pages, right? Yeah. Yeah, they can be tricky at times, for sure. You could definitely cheese them with like the slowdown ability or kind of like locating or positioning yourself, I guess, beforehand. But if you try to do it legit, then some of them can be a bit tricky to get for sure. Great minds reach for heaven, men of the south gaze north, 4 nations seek the truth. Men of the south gaze north, 4 nations. I think that's over here. I think this is the university building or something.
Cela rend dans tout l'air d'avoir encore du jeu.
Yeah, the college, the quarter nations, the 4 nations. So that's where the live should be located.
Eh bien, c'était inattendu et fort grossier.
Yeah, that's true, Dog Catcher. I feel like it's definitely possible, and after a while you can get like used to the parkour system a bit better. But yeah, it can definitely be a bit frustrating sometimes as well, depending on the route that you have to take and stuff. Right, so that's where we have the second riddle. Where the sun rises on the face of Robert's school, eyes turn upward to the sky from a domed peak. Where the sun rises on the face of Robert's school. I mean, the sun rises in the east. But it can't be over here. But we're talking about the face of Robert's school, right? So, maybe to the north? Can't be to the north, it must be to the south then. And I mean, the south would be on the highest rise, I guess, so that could make sense. Let's have a look around where we have dome peaks, I guess. We have that building over there. Obviously we have this building. Yeah, not quite sure about this one. I mean, this the face, right, isn't it? Let's have a look at the other side. Hey, the viewer, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Doc, you'll be able to move past Valhalla soon. Got your surgery in 8 days. Then Doc said 2 weeks of hell. After that, you should be good. Aw, damn, dude. I wish you all the best for that, Doc. I hope it goes well with your surgery. But yeah, it's gonna be nice also to get done with Valhalla, I reckon. What part of that game are you up to at this point? Okay. Let's have a look at the database again. Location. Okay, there's like no mentioning of Robert over here. Check out some other locations. You've got freelancers now and working on Oxenfordshire. Sorry, you thought you were asking Yulo. You were streaming it over the weekend. Ah, nice, dude. Yeah, no worries. That's great to hear, dude. I hope you had a good time with it. Yeah, I love Valhalla. Like, the base game is really good, I thought. Yeah, Oxenfordshire is also a really good story arc, I felt. You hate to admit it, but yes, Lo. Yeah, it's definitely fair, Dog Catcher, especially if you played the game for so long already. Which building do they mean? never has school. If you have one thing that really makes me mad about Valhalla is chasing with the 2 artifacts. You don't mind it's that they're different than the shanties from Kenway Saga, but oh my god, can they stay in place for 3 extra seconds before they blow away? Yeah, that's definitely fair, viewer. We actually talked about that earlier. But yeah, they can be a bit finicky to get, especially with the parkour system not being, you know, the most precise sometimes. Being a bit clunky. Did you complete the Mastery Triad's Woman Quest in Valhalla, Hilda or something? I haven't. I did the first part of it, but I haven't touched Valhalla since I finished my playthrough earlier this year, or later, at the end of last year I think it was. Yeah, I haven't really checked out any new content since then. But when I get back to Valhalla later this year, my annual series run, I'm gonna check out all of the quests, or anything with like story relevance, I guess. Including the mastery challenges as well. Have you done them, Tor? If you have a game it's like you found it one tiny misstep on the parkour chasing the tattoo, good luck even seeing where it went now, Saga. Yeah, it really can be frustrating at times. But I'm sure you can get them eventually. There's actually a way to cheese them with the slowdown ability. In case you don't want to bother going after them. Or at least not trying too hard. Okay, yeah, I'm actually not sure what they mean here. We're definitely looking for like a domed peak, right? That's supposed to be close by, so how about we just have a look over here? Just in case it's the location. Let's just have a look. Sword ability, what sorcery is this? You must have it. Yeah, the Blinding Rush ability. Not sure where it is located, but I'm sure you can find it if you're looking online or something. Yeah, there was no cliff up here, was there? Yeah, there isn't. Fair enough. You have no shame in choosing these tattoo artifacts. You would do them honestly if they stayed in the final spot for more than 1.5 seconds. Yeah, fair enough. In that case, I guess you can just go for the slowdown ability. That make things a bit easier. Let's have a look over here. And hey there, Katiesaurus, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. That's great to hear, Katie. And yeah, it's going good. Having a nice time with some Unity today. We're still playing in the historical order of events, so yeah, we're currently in the year 1791. Quite nice playing it this way. My first time actually playing everything in historical order in this game. I'm quite sure there's definitely a glyph at the Louvre, but not sure if it's this one. Don't actually think so. It doesn't seem like. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I don't really have any idea what place we're looking for right now, to be honest. Dome Peak. This would definitely help kind of like finding or something akin to the architecture that we're looking for here. You know, could be in this district here, given that it's also to the east, but we haven't been there yet. So I think I might just do this quest as kind of like a passive quest. Because as long as you don't do any other Enigma, it doesn't get cancelled. We can still like continue doing it at a later point. So I guess once I get to this district and get the viewpoints here, I'm gonna check out some locations there. Because there's a good chance I might be located there. Alright, in that case, let's have a look if this quest is set in a specific date. Okay, it isn't. That means we can do it. No worries, Dogcatcher. Thanks again for tuning in. And thanks also for the bits earlier. I really appreciate it. And yeah, hope everything goes well. Have a good day. And catch you next time.
Un excellent moyen d'éviter.
What are these guys even doing in front of my club, I wonder? Get out of here. That animation. Hoarding hostages. Reaver farmers taken hostage by the food hoarders. In an effort to force farmers to give up their harvest, the food hoarders have taken a group of them hostage near the Cour de Mirac. Find the hoarders and free the farmers. The Council.
Just yell at people in the street. Ça signifie tout ça. Envie de changer d'air.
Encore un disciple de Cagliostro.
Client est toujours le bienvenu. J'espère qu'il ne va pas voir ça.
You've been holding out on us. I'll settle this soon enough. Many thanks. Damn those bastards.
But this guy's on Anno. Amazing.
Hold a moment.
Work your way behind him.
Many thanks. Damn those bastards.
Christ! That's bad. Lead the bastard.
Is he okay? Shoot first, ask questions later. Yeah, that's my motto. That's impressive. Yeah, these disguise skills on Arno.
You back down this minute.
The NPC voice sounds like one of the Skellige NPCs. Interesting. I wonder if there's any actors that are being shared between the two franchises, actually.
Later, maybe?
I'll piss on your corpse, Mod! Stop him! Ow!
Alright, let's go ahead and free some more of the farmers here. So I was just kind of a bit distracted right now. We're talking about dinner plans. It seems like we're gonna be having pasta bolognese.
Many thanks!
I love it.
Damn those bastards!
Oh, can't stop us.
All you traitors will end up on point! Many thanks! Damn those bastards!
Damn those bastards.
Il a pourtant l'air si vite. Mon Dieu, j'avais complètement oublié qu'il me restait...
Calmez-vous.
The lighting looks so good during this time of the day. And shadows, the light contrast is just beautiful. Right, what other missions do we have? Let's have a look at this one with the Sard is actually set in a specific year. It is. This one is set in 93, apparently. Okay. What about this one? Iscariot. This one is set in 94 actually, so we have to skip both of these. La Bente Noire. This one doesn't have a year, apparently. But check it out.
Un homme comme on en voit peu.
besoin d'être Lavoisier pour comprendre qu'il faut s'en aller.
Mais que faites-vous ici?
Je crois que nous avons notre premier point de désaccord.
On sait long sur ces affaires.
Help Dossenville disrupt the corrupt auction, held by La Bande Noire, the Black Band.
The scam auction. I'm gonna foul that little game. Care to watch?
And now, let us sell off this dilapidated church. I hope it remains standing until we finish.
200 livres! 300 livres!
Who are you?
Citizen Dawsonville. And I bid 300 livres! No! 4.
You can't bid against yourself.
This man is disrupting the auction! I bid 200 livres. I bid 7. And mine aren't counterfeit.
I must ask you to leave, citizen.
So you can pretend to sell this fine building to your friend?
That's an outrageous accusation.
Take that back! Make me!
You men, get him out of here!
Vous allez bien? Regarde! Il y a un cadavre ici! Regarde! Come here, you maggot!
J'espère que ce n'est pas la peine.
You'll suffer!
Let's kind of skip my database entry here. What up? Fabre de Églantine. One of the worst poets of this generation, which produced many, the young Fabre won the Lys d'Argent, the Silver Lily, second prize in the poetry competition, but took the name Églantine from the name of the first prize, Golden White Rose, which he claimed to have received. And so this traveling troubadour became known as Fabre de Églantine, described as a lazy, unstable, handsome hunk by French historian Jean Tollard. It was only thanks to the revolution that he went down in history. He was saved from prison, for debt by a letter of remission from Louis XVI. As a token of his gratitude, he joined the riots and became involved in shady dealings with Danton and Marat while writing popular plays. To support his lavish lifestyle, he offered his services to the court, 3 million to create a monarchist movement within the Jacobin camp. Danton, Minister of Justice, hired him as secretary. Robespierre blamed him for fiddling with army supplies. He made a huge profit on an advance order of thousands of pairs of boots for the army soldiers, which were never delivered. Along the way, the poet played the role of a villain in the September massacres and came up with the names of the months for the revolutionary calendar. As a result of his involvement in the fraudulent affairs of the French East India Company, Robespierre targeted him as a means to eventually get to Danton. Guillotined on the 6th of April 1794, Robespierre the Incorruptible described him thus: talented but with no soul, skilled in the art of depicting men, even more skillful in deceiving them. All that remains of his life's work is the well-known song Il pleut, berger, it rains, shepherdess. We also have a new letter from Elise, apparently.
Oh, Arno. What have you done? I know we didn't part on the best of terms, but to go running to the assassins? My father kept you away from them for a reason. Their creed is like wine, sweet enough at first blush, and in moderation it makes life seem more bearable, but drink too deeply, and you find naught but madness and anarchy. No doubt they've already filled your mind with tales of how dreadful we Templars are, that we would make slaves of humanity and place our boots on the world's neck. You knew my father, and you know me. I can only pray that is enough to give the lie to those tales. My order has turned against me, and I am hunted by those I once called friend. I could not bear it if you turned against me also. Think of me, and be well, Elise.
Yeah, we won't. I really like these letters actually between Arno and Elise. Or more like between Elise and Arno, I guess, because we only see her side of things. But, yeah. I mean, it's understandable that, you know, she would favor the side of her father, having raised her to become a Templar, so she's definitely skeptical of the assassins. And to be fair, the assassins aren't perfect either. There's definitely some flawed, you know, individuals within the ranks as well, as you will find out later in the game and main story. Yeah, it's not like, you know, the ultimate vision of the assassins is madness and anarchy like she claims either. But yeah, it's always good to make differentiations, I guess, between individuals rather than generalizing the entire Brotherhood. Hey Veroni, welcome in. Good day to you. I hope you're having a good one.
Il va se faire mal.
Right. How about we do another Helix Rift? Tornado. We can still get some assassin intel from there. It's all good just doing morning prep work before going to rework. I gotcha. Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad you're doing well.
You don't have much time. Free the assassin and try to collect the data he found. The data is desyncing. You need to collect it or it'll be gone for good. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. Keep up the good work. Hold on a second. I need to decrypt it. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. This should come in useful. I think this data could really help us. This one's encrypted. Wait. Hold on. Decrypting. We know where the assassin is. Get to him now. You found him. You've done it. Good. Good job. The more data we can get, the better. I think this data could really help us. You need to gather that data before it loses all integrity. Quick! The simulation will start collapsing soon. Hurry! Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. Another piece of the puzzle. Well done. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Get to the exit, now! Another assassin lives thanks to you. Enjoy the reward.
Right, there we go. It's one of the 3 assassin intotes of the Bellepok data, or tornado rather. Elaine, you like this, but it's mean that you have to do it so many times to collect the shields. Yeah, the artifacts to get all of them. And especially since I also like bugs sometimes, right, where they spawn at locations which you already have collected them. So it's a bit of a time-intensive process to get all of those. Also, hey, there's Silver Gems. Welcome in.
Try to get us.
Character Witness Testimonial. Melanie LeMay, Chief Creative Officer, Abstergo Entertainment, 50th of March 2014. To whom it may concern. In furtherance of the ongoing investigation of the late John Standish, former Information Technology Director at Abstergo Entertainment, I have been asked to provide a short reminiscence of our working relationship with the hope that it may shed some light on his bizarre actions immediately preceding his death in November of 2013. I should begin by saying that I did not know John well. His time at Abstergo Entertainment was brief, 7 months, 3 days to be precise, and in that time our friendship was almost exclusively professional. We attended the same directors' meetings and often found ourselves on the same side of long-standing discussions about this or that project. The subject of these conversations were always work-related, professional, appropriate, nothing out of the ordinary. On the 2 occasions only did I see him in what could be called social circumstances. The first was in June 2013 on the evening of Abstergo Entertainment's yearly assembly, held that year in a riverside park in the heart of Montreal's Old Port. I remember it was a lovely evening, very hot, so the lines for the bar were quite long. At some point, I too was waiting in the queue for another glass of white wine for myself and a beer for a friend when I realized John was standing just behind me. He said hello and we discussed the various bits of news Olivier had just announced at the assembly meeting. Then our talk turned to more personal subjects. I remember he said he was from the United States, born in a small town in Maryland, the name of which escapes me. I asked about the peculiarity of the accent, and he thought it had something to do with the amount of traveling he did with his family. He hinted at a rather lonely childhood with few stable friendships, we laughed us off as though it no longer bothered him. Our conversation then drifted to generalities about our current projects. I was in those summer weeks still in pre-production for the Sample 17 project, and told him things were proceeding well. He then asked me if Abstergo Entertainment had access to any of the old Animus 1.28 models. I told him I didn't think we did, as these models were not Helix compatible, and were therefore of no use to us at Abstergo Entertainment. He said that was too bad, and when I asked him why, he said something to the effect of, "I'd love a quick trip through my own messy past." This didn't strike me as odd at the time. At one point or another, most of our employees expressed a desire to peek into their own genetic memories, but I had to disabuse him of any ideas that this was a possibility. Abstergo has a very strict screening process, I told him. We take donations of gene material, yes, but the actual life sequencing process is done by trained professionals only. The Animus is a tool, not a toy. After listening to my explanation, he said again that it was too bad. When I suggested he donate his genetic material to the company anyway, he said nothing and wandered away from the queue. I noticed he hadn't taken any food or drink at all. The second occasion was not so much a meeting as it was a sighting. It was on a Saturday in Montreal at some point in the late summer. I was walking down Park towards Sherbrooke when I decided to stop by my favorite cafe for a drink. While waiting for my coffee, I happened to notice John was there too, sitting by himself in a far corner of the establishment, hunched over a small laptop and staring at the screen intently. His face was very flushed as streams of tears ran down his face. He looked distraught, as if close relation had died and he had just heard the news. As I waited, watching him intermittently, I realized he was talking to someone, most likely via video or voice chat. This wasn't so unusual, of course, yet the manner of his speech was very odd. His conversation, from the little I could make out, seemed to be filled with joy and happiness, even as his expression was one of a man being tortured to the limits of endurance. Deciding against a quick hello, I grabbed my coffee when it came and moved to the exit. Unfortunately, I could not resist a final peek at my colleague. I wish I had not paused. Turning again to the back of the room, I found John staring directly at me. All emotion had drained from his red, raw face. His expression was blank, yet his eyes were fixed on me, boring like 2 screws through my skull. I exited the cafe as quickly as I could. When I saw him at work the following week, he greeted me in the same laconic fashion. I said nothing about seeing him at the cafe, and neither did he. We spoke only a handful of times after that, the last time being outside the Helix server room in AE's lower bunker area. We argued about the employees we had recently detained on suspicion of espionage. I didn't see him again, and he was dead soon after. Apart from these details, I have only generalities to offer. He was an odd man, but no stranger than most of the more technically minded employees here. He was known to mumble to himself quite frequently, but I never witnessed this behavior myself. He was somewhat arrogant and naughty, but this again was not so unusual for his line of work, especially for a man whose intelligence and talent were not in question. He was undoubtedly skilled and had a technical aptitude that surprised even some of our most senior technicians. If you have any further questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Melanie LeMay, CCO Abstergo Entertainment. So that's all of her experiences with John Standish, who of course was the modern-day Sage in Black Flag, who dies at the end of the game, being shot by Abstergo guards after he tried to get the protagonist's body being possessed by Juno, because he wants to get Juno back to life, since you know, he's the Sage of Juno's lover, essentially. And they were to reunite in the modern day. But yeah, it did fail in Black Flag. He didn't succeed. Juno wasn't strong enough either yet to possess the body. Yeah, that's Sim Aura. John from IT.
Much data as you can, but remember to leave enough time to find the assassin. Let's hope that contains something valuable. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. Good job. The more data we can get, the better. Hold on a second. I need to decrypt it. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. I think this data could really help us. Assassin position triangulated. He's there. You have to save him. Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. He's free. Well done. Not much time now. Another piece of the puzzle. Well done. Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. 10 seconds left. Excellent. This could hold 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. A job well done. Our agents are never safe in the Helix, though, so help them when you can.
Alright, that's the second intro. The Phoenix Project Report. Note: Melanie, this is one of the documents I mentioned. Now that the security clearance has been raised, I think it's time you understood the full picture. Chromatica. Level 8 security clearance only. It is a federal and international crime to read or possess these documents without proper authorization. UN Charter Special Appendix C, NGO and corporate benevolence waivers. Violators will be punished to the full extent of the law. Phoenix Project Special Report, 50th of September 2014. Covered in this brief: 1 successes, 2 challenges, and 3 next steps. Part 1 Successes. While the general public remains content to generate amusing tornadoes of sound and fury over the basic facts of evolution, we have made such incredible progress in our study of a precursor hominid species that it renders these minor squabbles utterly irrelevant. Our advances, achieved through decades of diligent research and ingenious experimentation by Abstergo's best and brightest, have finally led us to a full understanding of the teleological origin of our species. We're now prepared to embark on our third major phase of research into our progenitor creators, Homo sapien divinius, HSD hereafter. The first stages of Abstergo's study of HSD began with nominal efficiency in the 1950s, following Rosalind Franklin's pioneering but senseless discovery of a triple helix DNA. Our scientists achieved further successes in the late 60s with the discovery of the fossilized remains of our HSD specimens near the base of Mount Kilimanjaro. Evidence of this precursor race has already been the subject of speculation and rumor for many centuries before, but with modern scientific techniques we were able to confirm their existence beyond any doubts. Phase 2 began in 1971 with the creation and funding of Abstergo's first official precursor habitation expedition. By the end of that decade, 7 large-scale Denisovan sites located in Europe, Africa, North America, and Asia had been discovered and partially excavated. These discoveries were not made without setbacks, however, and the quality of the data was often questionable, but we entered the 1980s with no doubts as to their importance. It was at this time too that a concerted effort was made to recover as many tools, artifacts, and curios as possible from these and other sites. Phase 3 has now been in full operation since 2004, guided by the explicit mandate to sequence an entire precursor genome by the year 2018. So far we feel we are in good position to meet that goal. In parallel with this project, an adjunct team has been tasked with the job of acquiring as many distinct samples as possible and extracting whatever useful genetic memories we can obtain. Their work, tangentially related to the sequencing project, will be invaluable in the long term as a source of advanced scientific and historical knowledge. In the conjunction with the HSD Genome Project, additional teams have been tasked with sequencing the genomes of related species in the Homo genus. To date, these teams have made the following progress: Homo sapiens divinius, 4%, Homo sapiens sapiens complete, Homo neanderthalensis complete, Homo erectus 70%, Homo antecessor 4%, Homo ergaster 13%, Denisova hominins 2%, Homo habilis 16%, and Homo sapiens edatu 27%. Initial reports indicate that at least some of these hominids like us owe their existence to the precursor HSD species. The genome of Homo neanderthalensis, for example, bear unmistakable signs of deliberate craftsmanship. Further archaeological evidence indicates that Neanderthals may have been explicitly designed and built as a military or expeditionary force. Research into this field of study is in its infancy, but it's ongoing. Part 2. Challenges. Progress with the HSD genome has been slow since our project began in 2006 in collaboration with researchers at Rosalind Franklin University. As the functional half-life of DNA is approximately 500 years, we are resigned to the fact that most remains of HSD organisms will contain at best 0.625% of their original information. Secondly, acquisition of actionable remains has proven difficult. We suspect one reason may be that the HSD species at the height of its cultural development in 80,000 BCE had an almost universal preference for cremation over the elaborate burial rituals preferred by lesser hominids, ourselves included. We also know that following the large-scale Topa extinction event, the HSD species died off very rapidly as members of the Homo sapiens sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis advanced at a startling rate. Further evidence indicates that these later species dismantled and salvaged almost all precursor sites as a means of survival. However, in recent months we have discovered the existence of 2 potentially fruitful sources of intact HSD DNA. One source has been confirmed recently. A recurring, though extremely rare breed of human male archetype born with enough triple helix DNA to account for 5% to 6% of his total genome. Colloquially called sages by previous generations. These specimens, if captured alive or with enough genetic material intact, would enrich our search for precursor DNA samples immeasurably. The second source is classified pending confirmation, but early results are promising. Part 3. Next steps. The Tactics and Strategies Committee advises the following courses of action in the near future. Utilize Animus technology to locate humans with trace amounts of embedded triple helix DNA, as has been demonstrated by the findings of the late Dr. Vidic. Crossbreeding between HSD and HSS did occur on more than one occasion. Average ranges in normal humans typically run from 0.0002% to 0.0005% of the total genome, while the DNA acquired from the subject 17 was an extraordinary 0.952%. 2. As mentioned in part 2, make all efforts to locate more sages. Living samples are preferred, but any remains younger than 3 or 4 millennia would give us a significant advantage. Locating so-called blood vials purported to contain the preserved blood of precursor luminaries would also prove invaluable. It is not known how effectively the vials have preserved these samples, but they are nevertheless a promising source of additional information, especially if acquired in bulk. So giving us a bit of insight here into the Phoenix project, kind of like also similar to the video we are seeing at the beginning of the game, where they kind of like introduce the, you know, what they want to achieve, I guess. Getting access to precursor DNA directly, like from the time of the ISO. And then getting the knowledge of kind of like knowing how to create the pieces of Eden themselves. Which would of course allow them to, instead of like having to look for pieces of Eden all across the world, they would just, you know, create their own Zenji. And yeah, part of the reason you have to find the sage in Unity for the assassins is so you can ensure that Abstergo doesn't get this, you know, genetic material, essentially. So when Arno kind of like, you know, places the skull of the sage in the catacombs, it's kind of like the clue that, you know, he succeeded in successfully hiding the body. And that means also in modern day, you know, the mission is fulfilled. So give me 1 sec, guys. Alright. Hey there, Black Power Ranger. Welcome in. Not quite sure what you mean by that, but welcome in. Alright. How about we actually find some more viewpoints? There's like quite a few in the area. May I suggest this one question? Well, how are the jesters then? I guess. same as Tooth Explosion. Yeah, I pass.
Citizen, you there, hold! Stop you! Yes, you! Stop you!
Can I shoot you?
Citizen!
Citizen? This place always like super guarded with snipers. Right. Okay, I think I would like to do some main story before we go ahead and call it for today. So let's go ahead over now to the Silversmith mission. Francois Thomas Germain made the weapon that killed Monsieur de la Salle. Track him down and find out what his role is. Let's check it out. So that's set in March of 91 actually. I think the 17th. Actually it's the 31st.
Well, that's not suspicious, is it?
Yeah, not at all. Okay, we've got a lockpick 4 doors here, and we have to drive 2 of the brutes berserk.
Mama. Any...
Who did actually see me?
What was that?
Bloody
Whoops. Thought I'd like a millisecond more there. Okay, one thing I already want to take care of.
Dedicated to his work, is he? Obsessed, more like. I don't think he really even knows we're here.
It's kind of interesting because the dialogue kind of indicates that, you know, it's almost like he doesn't want to leave the room. Like he's not being, like he's imprisoning himself, I guess. But yeah, one thing I want to do already is lockpick some of the doors here, since you have to lockpick 4. The fuck python? What are you talking about?
Ah, well, got better things to do.
Now enough of this. I need a drink.
Monsieur Germain? The silversmith?
Thank God. They've been holding me for months. Please, get me out of here.
First, I need to know about this.
We've no time. I'll tell you all I know once we're away. But we must leave. Before the guards return.
Fine, let's go.
No! They'll be watching the front entrance. We'll have to go downstairs and across.
Follow me then, and stay quiet.
So, the close-up on the eye there is definitely the reveal that, you know, he is the sage, essentially. Francois Thomas Germain. A silversmith and son of a silversmith, Germain was one of the legends of his trade, but he was doomed to die in obscurity. After an ill-defined scandal, possibly involving a violation of guild laws, he lost his position as silversmith to the King of France and was kicked out of his accommodation in the Louvre. He employed dozens of workers in a workshop factory that produced thousands of pieces, many of which have since been lost, stolen, or melted down. If there's the kind of scandal I love, it's the ill-defined kind. I've got one, makes a lovely paperweight. Or a silversmith is sketchy as fuck, he's too convenient. Yeah, we did a lot of sell for this guy. Yeah. Yeah, like the dialogue you heard earlier, and then of course the review with the eyes here. But there's kinda even more suspicious behavior of him in this mission.
nausea. Follow me.
Of course.
Wait here. Keep moving.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, that's the last door we have to lockpick.
Wait here.
Traitor's dying! He's dying now! Back!
Let's go.
Of course.
Hey, you! Stay there a moment!
The fuck? Where is this going?
Hold a moment.
Whoops. Are you kidding me? I got desynchronized because I'm too far away from my target. This guy stepped outside. But yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen. It was like a bit random, actually.
Best we move on.
Very well.
Hold a moment. Keep moving.
But you finally decided what game will replace you with your free playthrough. You haven't played Mark of a Ninja for a couple of years, so you figured it was time for a replay. Plus it fits well as a first day game with Tomb Raider on Friday and AC on the weekend. That's actually really true, yeah. That's really cool. I'm looking forward to see you play that game. I've never played through Mark of a Ninja like fully before, only for like parts of it. But yeah, definitely I like the stealth mechanics in it. The Chronicles games in AC always remind me of Mark of a Ninja a little bit.
Keep moving. Wait.
He's counting. Someone playing in the food.
Keep moving.
As you say.
Keep one eye to the roofs. They often post sentries there as well.
Just how important are you as a prisoner?
So, Rod, will you be doing any kind of like playthrough with Mark of Ninja? Will it be a casual one, or do you want to do like an extra challenge or something?
Germain! Change of plans.
No need to do anything foolish. Let the silversmith go.
Stay back!
Don't be good. What have I done?
Only what you had to. Come, we must go.
Yes, of course.
Ah, il se passe quelque chose là-bas.
Dare come into my village?
Devrais m'inquiéter?
Thank you, my friend. You've done me a great service today.
Perhaps you can return the favor.
Yes, of course. May I? I made the first some years ago on a private contract. A man called a Frenier. It seemed an unusual commission. I confess curiosity got the better of me. Recently, I started to look into the Frenier's background, and what I discovered, you wouldn't believe it.
He's a Templar. Is that what you found?
Yes. I believe so. I didn't know how to take it. In any case, I was careless, and the Frenier found out about my schemes. Kept me under house arrest ever since. I do as he bids. Weapons mostly.
Where can I find him?
Well, the Frenier is a very difficult man to pin down. Not long ago, I overheard him talking about protecting the shipments at La Halle au Blé. It sounded ominous, whatever he meant. Let me ask, why are you so interested in him?
He killed someone very dear to me. I want to know why.
I see. You have my sympathies.
I will come looking for you again. Make yourself scarce.
Yes, I believe I might.
Nice. Got over brutes-driven berserk and 4 doors lockpicked. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how, you know, Jamais, of course, wants us to kind of like lure us to Lafreniere and end up killing him, even though Lafreniere is actually one of the, I guess, you know, more positive Templars, since he was actually the one to warn Monsieur de la Serre by writing the letter, which Arnaud, you know, failed to deliver. So not only does Arnaud not deliver the letter, he also kills the one who wrote the letter, warning him of, or warning his stepfather of, you know, potentially being assassinated.
A letter? For me?
A letter. But definitely great 2.5D stealth game, and the remastered version comes with a DLC as well. And come to think of the game, came out originally 10 years ago. Damn. It's like 10-year anniversary as well. That would definitely fit then as well. As a playthrough revisiting the game. I remember playing it in like 2012 or 13 or something when it came out. However, I really sucked at it, so I didn't play too much into it. Never ended up finishing it. Brought here to look and wanted to do more than just a casual run. You're not going for 100%, but we'll be collecting office quotes, obtaining office seals, and getting other items and upgrades. That's cool. So kind of like more of an in-depth run, but not 100%. That sounds good. You know, good balance of like fun activities, I guess. Yeah, very convenient aura. Everything that he does. But yeah, it's definitely good they give you, I guess, some things to latch on, like some suspicious behavior in his. But the only thing you won't be doing is getting 3-star ratings every level. It's based on points, and getting detected makes you lose a great amount. You can reload a checkpoint when it happens, but who knows how much longer it could make the run. Yeah, that reminds me of Chronicles, like the AC Chronicles games as well, you know, where you have the ratings for like Stealth or Brawler or Assassin. Playing through the games without like assassinating anybody or being detected, like, yeah, fuck that. Never ever I'm gonna try to get those achievements again, I think.
Oui, monsieur, pour quelle quantité? Non, le drôle de prix n'est pas négociable.
What a medium-sized run of a game after finishing Witcher 3? Yeah, understandable. I feel the same, you know? Like, I wanna go back to Red Dead Redemption, but those games also take a bit longer, so I'm gonna play some shorter games in between. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to play Red Dead though. If I wanna start by summer at the latest. But yeah guys, I think though this is where we're gonna call it for today for AC Unity. We've done some solid progress with the missions, but obviously there's still much more to do. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing more of this. It's been really fun playing it in this order. I'm doing like way less of the murder mysteries and co-op missions as I would usually at this point of the game. But yeah, that's really because a lot of them are at the height of Revolution, so we just have to wait until we get to those years. But yeah, looking at the progress tracker, we're currently 24% done with the game. And yeah, we have still lots more to do. But it's great to balance in-depth runs of games with less intensive ones, for sure. Yeah, I can't play every game like that either. And yeah, flashbacks to Chronicles, you know, when we try to get those achievements. Like, that's just not fun sometimes, especially in India, where, you know, people dying can be your fault, even if you weren't even there when it happens. Or they die because of, like, environment or something. Also playing Uncharted. I was playing it recently, yeah. Last week I played through the first Uncharted game. And yeah, quite enjoyed it. It was good. And that's the voice, guys. More than happy to be here and stream some AC Unity. Thanks again everybody so much for, you know, tuning in today and joining the stream. The next stream is gonna be Blur, I think. We're gonna continue with a racing, arcade racing game with power-ups. To call up Mario Kart sometimes. And I'm also gonna start another game, I think, at the same time, because I can't really play Blur for much longer than a couple hours, I think. So I'm gonna think of another shorter game that I can play kind of like as a split stream between, you know, Blur and whatever game I choose. But yeah, it's gonna be a surprise tomorrow, so I'm gonna keep you updated when the stream happens, I guess. But yeah, now let's go ahead and exit the desktop here. Mamma mia! Yeah, gotta love good old Mario. But yeah, let's have a look who's online, and then of course we're gonna raid out here. Let's have a look. Oh, speaking of Mario, it seems like Fanlight is playing Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. I've never heard of the game, I don't think. Maybe I did. I mean, that's the Rayman Rabbids and Mario crossover game, isn't it? I definitely heard of this before. Saw like a trailer or something. But yeah, I think we're gonna go say hi there, see how he's doing, how he enjoys the game, and yeah, have a look. Thanks again also everybody today for the support. Levy, thank you for the 18 months. Also Demise, thank you for the 22. Elaine, thank you for the first time subscription with Prime. Dogcatcher, thank you again for the 100 bits earlier. And Archraven and Etsy First, thank you guys for follows. And welcome in again. And Rod, thank you also again for the raid as well earlier as well. Really appreciate it. And yeah, everybody else, thank you for being here, watching the stream, keep me company, and enjoying these games together. And yeah, I do. This is my Discord actually, if you want, for anybody really, if you want to join it. We post all kinds of pictures and videos there. Also post all the concept art I use for my streams and stuff. And yeah, if you just want to hang out, post stream or before, feel free to join there. And yeah, have a look.